podcast.
All right. Hello and welcome back to the third session of Exalted, third edition, Dragonbloods and Old Man. Old Man is the star of the show. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise.
Hold on, no. I am not the star of the show.
Exclude Old Man.
Old Man is extremely the star of the show.
I'm not.
Special guest star Old Man. How's that?
The basically permanent guest star, like how Roland Hand is during all of the first season of Mission Impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. Anyway,
You're our Steve Urkel. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
how dare you?
That
No,
applies.
accurate. Very accurate.
Yeah.
Did I do that?
I really
There
like
goes
that.
my intro straight out of my head. Give me a moment.
Sorry.
No, you're
Previously,
good.
mud fight.
Previously,
fight.
the world's dumbest abyssal introduced himself to the concept of mortality in ways he was not expecting via horrendous, just brutal de-scullining of his entire face. After, the entire team realized that maybe fighting this cackling supervillain with an army of the dead in a fair fight was for suckers, and threw him into a pit of mud and jumped him 6-on-1 and beat the living everything out of him.
Okay, to be
Nice
fair,
shot.
after the initial charge, it was 5-on-1.
Yes. Actually, no, you still contributed to the net.
Yeah, you put some swings in.
To the Nephrak, the infinitely malicious ghost of the void who had been hanging around with this abyssal and was strangely not intent on killing you, seemed more to just be interested in getting the hell out once the abyssal was dead. Also, in the meantime, the haunted-ass village was investigated, and it was found that there were maybe, 30, 40-something villagers that survived, which, considering the original population was in the several hundreds, could be better. Could be worse, but could certainly be better. Now, though, the hearth has been left with the body of a dead anathema at their feet, covered in incredibly bad mojo armor made of trapped souls, and one of their number brutally injured to the point of having most of an exposed ribcage.
The body portion of that is gone. That was vaporized.
That is incinerated. That is a smear on the inside of the artifact armor.
There is a panoply of cursed gear laying in the mud.
Is it all cursed?
Extremely
Well,
cursed.
It depends on your definition of cursed, but by most
The answer is
definitions,
yes, it's cursed.
Also, in the meantime, just to address this, as, the hearth is dragging Obsidian out of the mud pit to get to first aid and just get out of the way. Ravenous Dirge devours the horizon's gang of skeletons, the remainder of the village that had been converted into such, finally catch up to where he would have been if he had not charged out and forward like a complete idiot. And as they pile into the clay pit, following the remnants' essence of their master, the clay just sort of opens up beneath them into a pit of fists and just grabs them, and it's... You don't have to watch very long to realize that they don't stand a chance. The entire earth is against them, pulling them apart, literally beating each other with their own bones. It's a scene. The elementals have the remnant undead in hand. So the more pressing matter is the fact that Obsidian's shield is bleeding out.
Blood, ribcage.
Medic, help! My boy!
He's just like, we got him on a stretcher, I guess, in the clay pits. We're not like in the town or anything, right?
Yeah, you're off a couple of dozen yards from the edge of the clay pit so that the flying bone shrapnel doesn't get in the way.
So, I'm gonna use wound closing technique.
Mm-hmm.
So just roll 10, I guess, and then we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Spend 5 motes and spend 10. Roll 10.
I
Well, we got one.
That was
that
one
was a
die.
Roll 9 now.
Yeah, throw the rest of them. Roll the rest of
That's
the
pretty
owl.
good.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
That's
That's
okay. So you do get the free benefit of clearing up one of the bashing damages that you're going to downgrade this to. So, how exactly much damage did Obsidian Shield have in his health?
Yeah, I thought you were at -4
Let's
somewhere.
open up the character sheet.
I recommend
7
having
lethal.
yeah.
Okay, 7 lethal, and that is
Alright,
more than
Ethan,
enough
pop that out
successes to
myself.
downgrade them all to bashing.
Wait, that doesn't seem right. No. Oh, wait.
9.
Yeah, that should be 8 lethal.
8. Okay, that's still enough. 6, 7.
Yeah, because I
Just-
took the major injury so that I wouldn't have
Be-
had the minus
Right.
4.
Be in your 4.
Yeah.
So, Yang, you may describe how you take this almost certainly lethal to anything but an Exalt sucking chest wound and fix it into, man, that's going to hurt, but it will heal on its own in a week or 2.
So, step 1, I give him some booze. That's how anesthesia works back then. It's got fertilizer in it, don't worry about it. It's got fertilizer, and it's basically medical grade alcohol that I've made potable. Anyways, you're very drunk now, and I'm going to turn your skeleton into wood and your meat into grass, and I'm just going to trim you like a bonsai tree until it's right, and then turn that back into meat. So don't look at that.
Unless you do want to look at that.
Well,
So
no,
that's
it's going to
kinda-
freak you out, and that's going to make it harder. Just don't look at it and get nice and sloshed, okay?
You got it, boss.
It looks like it really just looks like I'm trimming a bonsai tree from afar, but it's a man.
Repose, looking on in fascination. Just got a bit of a nod. Yeah, that makes sense. All flesh the same.
Old man also is extremely looking on, like, oh man, that's interesting.
We're all just creating a circle around, staring intently at it.
Miyamoto finally got back to me on if wood is meat. Wood is meat.
We've never asked if wood is meat. We know wood is meat.
We have
Everyone's
asked
known
we
that.
have asked Miyamoto if many things are meat.
Yeah, and he's never gone back on most of us. But wood, we've known that was meat since day one.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
So yeah, over the course of about 15 minutes, most of the ragged edges and just general horrible damage has been pruned, and the grass is woven back together in a loose lattice. And by the time it turns back into meat, once the essence from it fades, it is more or less pulled together into a loose net mesh kind of graft across the entire wound.
Do not do any lifting.
It is extremely, if you do any exertions, this will rip right open, but once bandaged, it'll start healing on its own.
I think we looked at like how long it takes a lethal wound like level to heal, and 2 was like what, 5 days?
3 days if it's lethal.
Yeah.
It downgrades to 1 by your Yang's intervention.
Okay.
So basically, Yang has cut your natural healing time down into a third.
Right.
And also prevented all sorts of complications and other sorts of problems. By the way, what?
Now, as a question on the healing, I assume like for mechanical purposes, the way it works is until we have their quotes had a day pass, I have that 8 bashing, but then as soon as the day passes, that's just gone and I'm back at full health.
No, it is per health level.
Okay, so it's a
Yeah.
day and then I go down 1 bashing, and then
Yes.
it's a day and I go down 1 Okay, all right.
And then
Cool.
once
Yeah.
you're into the negative ones, it's 12 hours, and then negative zeros is 1 hour.
You're on medical leave for a few days.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
should
yeah.
It'll be fine. It'll be
extremely not lift any heavy objects for about a week. Also, don't look too closely at the grass clippings that fell to your side during the surgery. They have all converted back into kind of just bleeding, seeping meat. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, if you hadn't received this intervention, yeah, you would have been out for like over a month.
Yep.
Now that you have received it, you're pretty good.
It's less than a week.
Anyway, good fun note, everybody. Everyone else has exalted healing. Old man does not. So if Darren ever wants to like try to give
Oh.
me infected wounds or something like that, that's possible. I can actually get hit with those.
Of course, you also have the stats to mean that you will very rarely get infected, but if you do,
Yeah,
Yang really needs to bail your ass out.
I am inherently very disease and poison resistant.
infected
There-
cockroach.
There will be at some point an entire plot arc because Old Man will get poisoned. We have to go get the antidote for Old Man the entire time. We just bitch him. Why isn't Old Man just Exalt? Then this wouldn't be a problem.
Well, he doesn't get. You don't get to choose when you exalt.
Why doesn't he just instigate an Exalt? Why doesn't he just die and become an Exalt?
Why don't you just grab the moon by the throat and demand divine power? Anyway.
I don't want to.
Do not approach the moon. Do not allow moon to approach you.
Does Old Man love the moon?
No.
No, old man has.
Old Man's pretty
opinions.
alright with the moon.
Old man has opinions.
Old Man has
You can ask if you want in character. All right, ask another time.
Yeah, Old Man has remember, Old Man has a major defining tie about his differences of opinion with heaven. This is not something he takes lightly. Anyway, so by the miracles of exalted magic and healing and Yang's frankly jaw-dropping skill as a medic, even assuming that magic is involved, Obsidian Shield is more or less able to stand on his feet with a considerable amount of chest pain, but is able to walk around and like have a bandage on and talk without immediately vomiting up blood and lava. Which leaves you again at the edge of the clay pit altogether, with the wounds healed and the pile of cursed metal and the village in the distance.
We should go talk to the villagers.
Obsidian is just sort of poking the armor with his foot. What do we do with this?
You are not entirely sure. It could just be your senses playing tricks on you, or it just could be the wind, but you are convinced that you hear a soft kind of when you kick it.
Screaming, screaming male.
Yeah, we should probably let the villagers know it's safe to come outside.
Spanner's already like an eighth of a mile away from you guys.
It's already going down the road.
I should go catch up.
Mm-hmm.
I should go catch up with him.
So yeah, it takes, now that you're not...
Propose we'll get this this suit and horrible device, this appendage. Pole arm can be said of it. It is a stick with menacing bits. Let's get those wrapped up in something just to, give them a bit of concealment, and then, we'll carry them along and see what to do with them later.
Mm-hmm. You probably have enough prayer strips on hand to put them under something that'll keep them quiet. So, it takes a few hours. It's getting into the late night, early morning at this point. The rain has begun to stop by the time you reach the village. There is no signs of the undead anywhere anymore. Even Spirit Sight shows that the Mort Whites are all gone. They all followed along with their master to their actual... Most of them didn't die or get discorporated. They bailed when they realized there were several people with ghost touching magic. So, by all senses and by all, observations that the Hearth can make, the village is now pretty much clean of the undead. There's still the piles of gore everywhere and the occasional non-necromantically animated bones and body parts, but that's just your regular level of atrocity and remnants of, mass death, as opposed to the kinds that get up and bite you.
Alright, proposed step 1 is find graveyard.
That is, you can easily find that inside the walls towards the back
Graveyard
of the
and
village.
local grave house. That is going to be staging area for everything.
It is a simple graveyard where it is a dedicated pyre. There is no stack of wood or anything for cremating bodies at the moment, as they were not planning on funerals. And otherwise, it is kind of just filled with columbariums and their own. Each vase in the columbariums is very clearly personalized for each of the dead. But it seems like it's going to be a little difficult to do that with the state that most of the bodies are in.
Yes.
Does this town have a well or local aquifer or reservoir that they have for water?
Yes, that was inside the kind of the village council of elders building that all the refugees were hiding inside. That had the well. That was one of the reasons they were able to hold out for.
But there's no other well in the village. It's just inside the council.
There's another one outside, but you're not entirely sure you would trust it without a couple of tests.
Well, that's mainly.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
probably
concern.
going to suggest that Obsidian goes to talk to the people. What with him being, you know, Obsidian. And I'm going to probably go check that water because water aspect, whatever.
Yes.
I'm going to be on the lookout to see if there's any remaining ghost spirits that were patrolling the town.
Your sight does not show any of the bad ghosts. Your sight, when you look over towards the Council of Elders building, shows some normal-looking ghosts that, from the state of them being mangled and rather bloody-looking, are presumably some of the first ghosts that were able to come out of the underworld after the massacre to come back to their fighters to the world.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, in terms of hostile activity, it's all clear right now.
Town has returned to regular haunted rather than invasive haunted.
Mm-hmm. So, we have 3, it sounds like, motives going on right now. Newbie checking on the villagers, Repose dealing with the funeral services, and Angler checking on the water quality. Which would we like to deal with first?
Me.
All right.
No one else
All right.
was talking.
Angler, let me just get a quick look. Roll me perception investigation.
Right, I want to make sure I got the right one for this one. I still have spare motes, so I'm going to use my excellency on this to add 2 successes.
Okay.
Uh, 4.
Okay, 4 successes. You're able to pace around the outside of the well, just very meticulously examining it. You draw up a bucket of water, you take a sniff. The water itself does not look very obviously befouled. It does not look like it. There's no like gore or body parts or slime or ghost gunk got thrown into the water. You are able to take a quick taste of it, and it seems to be mostly fine. The only thing that you could really think of that would be off is that many sort of, like, for lack of a better term, spiritual disquiet might have hit the water. But it's not something that would cause mass disease or something. Like, the amount of blood going on the top level might have gotten down to the groundwater, but it's not something that would befoul the entire thing. It's going to mostly be fine. It might benefit from a priest doing an ablution over it, or a local god filtering it, or other sorts of magic, but it's not going to seriously endanger the health of the population.
Well, I'm going to see if I can do a different form of making the water pure. I'm going to make sure that the bucket's up, and I'm going to find one of the other people that's milling about who is not immediately doing a job, probably Vinif, and say, okay, you stay here, and then I will actually get down into the water of the well and use enough motes to activate my aura, so to speak, and just churn that water as much as possible.
So you're using your anima banner to purify it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's totally, I'm not gonna justify a roll on that. That is, once you just go down and you have your light of your anima start to glow, you can actually feel the radiance of your, just the pure water anima blessing go out through the still water in the aquifer and actually radiate outwards into the groundwater within the rock. And you are now damn sure that if there was any sort of contaminant in the local groundwater, it is totally gone.
Good. And then I would just climb up because, sure, why not? kind of favoring that I'm still probably smoking a little bit in some situations from the lightning, and then do the best I can to use said anima banner to clean away as much of the slough that's outside as possible before the villagers get there.
Yeah. Most of what you like by the level of that level of anima banner, most of what you can walk around is the liquid offal is going to be churned into the mud, and for being a lack of a just to morbidly put it, it is going to fertilize the soil rather than be a bad thing. It is going to be sufficiently purified by the presence of a dragon blood's elemental anima to be any just kind of blood or remains put into the ground. It'll be. Sorry about that. There's a thunderstorm rolling in, and it just took a look outside.
Same hat.
Oh right, yeah. You'd be close enough to have be.
Welcome to these days of endless thunderstorms in places that experience them.
Yes.
They're all over the place. Can't stop them.
But yeah, most of the cleanup now is going to be the solid bits that Brother Repose is working on. But the liquid and the more easily maneuvered into the ground stuff is it's the circle of life now.
Excellent. Okay, that is it for me. I'll thank Vanif for keeping an eye out, and then probably go find a place to sit down, because I will probably be tapped at this point.
Yeah, you are probably feeling like the exhaustion of being out of moats and also exerting the hell out of yourself for several hours.
Or how many motes did I spend for getting what's his face back together?
What?
It's not going to matter mechanically because you're gonna have.
Actually, you spent 5 motes, so in the time that it took you to walk back, you would have gotten it back.
Okay.
Yeah. It's mechanically, we're out of combat. It's not going to be very relevant unless you were deep in there, which you weren't. So
unless you start pulling out a bunch of motes at once, it's not really worth tracking right now.
Noted.
So,
All right. So, mass graves,
yeah. Oh,
memorials.
Right. Yeah, we need to get around to that, don't we? Are there any injured people? Should I be doing something about that?
We do need a count of any other survivors. Detailed search of the city, of the town should happen to find anyone else who was hiding other than the main lodge.
I was going to let Loon go first because I was trying to think through my move.
Sure, yeah, and if anybody in the meantime, while Loon is doing his move, wants to actually do a casing of the village, like door by door, that is also perception investigation.
Okay, I can roll that.
I should not
once.
do that.
All right, so
once I'm done helping.
After having
Spanner
dropped off his stuff at whatever appropriate gravekeeping hut, Repose is going to take a walk around the streets of the town, just being very conspicuously loud and calming, just doing chanting. As he makes his way around, he will. All right, so he's going to be splitting up the town into 5 zones. Essentially, since the impression I get is that everyone was just kind of randomly distributed about when the incident struck. So there's bodies everywhere that need to be dealt with.
Yes.
So yeah, there's going to be an north, south, east, west center of town that he is going to vaguely outline as he goes about taking his walks along streets, and probably just has some chalk out and he is marking buildings. Buildings or centers of streets or other just visible landmarks in order to designate everywhere in the town as in one of these parts. And then all the while has to be thinking about, all right, so some kind of 5-fold memorial thing, 5 vessels into which to place intermingled remains, which is a complicated but not impossible issue. Graves can be blended together. Just becomes very awkward for the first however many years.
The respectful
for the
mass
residents.
graves. I see.
Let me see, and then we're going to build a tunnel system underneath the graves.
Do you graveyard keep? Absolute repose.
Is that an in-character question?
No.
Old man found the
Not all
tallest
that-
building that is still standing and can support his weight, and just is taking an old man nap.
Yep, that is probably on top of the council building then.
Yeah, he's just sleeping. That's it. Not helping.
Fucking Nagalu.
Alright, so at this point, it is not yet time to collect any of these bodies from where they have fallen, because ideally you would not do so until you can identify and name them. Or failing the ability to map specific names onto bodies, get the general idea of who should have been where from surviving next of kin. As long as whatever is receiving these remains has been appropriately labeled, spirits will be able to more easily and comfortably find where their new address is. Do not want to create unnecessary paperwork for anyone involved here. So I guess this is actually the start of a crafting project to make this memorial.
Oh, we get into crafting?
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing a
suppose it would be.
project here.
Yeah, this would be a crafting project if you are intending to be creating the vessels yourself.
How much varnish you need?
Never enough.
Meanwhile, I am looking up the rules of how to do projects.
Yeah, Loon wrote a much more accessible short version. The core book version is not very
Quite ass
elaborate.
in how it's
Yes.
formatted.
Let me just see. Yeah, I'm just gonna repost that in there if you want to give it a skim over yourself. In the meantime, since that's probably going to take a little time for Loon to set up, how are you ready for your bit, Nikki?
As ready as I'm ever going to be.
Okay. So you would be strolling into the main council building. The timbers of the building are creaking slightly with the weight of Old Man on top of the building, but holding together.
Actually, would it just be the council building, or is there sort of like a center of town gathering
There would be a
place sort of thing?
there would be kind of an intersection of town near the center where the well is. That's not too far from the council building. It would be probably right on the square, but you
All
would
right.
just have to get people outside or make enough of a noise that they would come outside and see you.
Yeah. Try and guess which one of those is easier for me to do.
Yeah.
So give me a moment. I'm opening up my charm list. I had this idea and then was like, "There's got to be a charm for this." Also, whoops. Let me convert my. Why isn't it letting me adjust? This is weird. Hold up. Okay, I got logged out of Google. I wasn't letting me adjust my numbers and converting my lethal to
site-
vanishing.
The site forgets who you are sometimes.
All right. After arriving at the village, how long would you say we were here moving around about it?
At this point, probably about 15 minutes to a half an hour per everybody to be moving around. Marking bodies, fixing the well.
Yeah.
So,
I guess this also wouldn't work. Now
What do you-
rereading this charm.
which one are you trying to use?
Friends to all nations attitude. But that does not work because it requires me to be, that's right, baby, amongst the people.
Yeah, that's just for making friends with locals and
Yeah. Let me check one more charm before I finally come 100% to my move here.
Okay, sure.
Alright, so I suppose to start this off. Putting into brain space a major project of a memorial slab for this town, for the victims of this disaster. For which I will need to have built up 10 silver in order to properly finish it. So,
I will-
all the necessary reason to get started on little things that would contribute to build up to that. So first of all, let's go ahead and formalize throwing around some Dexcraft to have actually chiseled up some temporary markers for places where he has been casing out the crime scene, essentially, and making sure that where each body has fallen, it is being noted and labeled as identifiable as possible. Just kind of leaving open a space of to anyone who can label this. Who is this?
Right.
The necessary chalk outline. So I'm going to throw a Dexcraft of, alright, 4 successes. If that's probably good enough to have some pretty clear markings going around.
Okay. Yep. That would be more than enough, I'd say. Yeah. That would not be anything. That would not be anything above difficulty 4 to do. That's just very simple. I'd say actually that gets you. It would be difficulty 1 just to have a basic simple marker. So I would say that would give you 3 silver, since you would get 4 3 6 threshold.
Alright, so the core crafting thing. It has its own weird gimmick subsystem of you accumulate points that they call experience in the book because the assholes wrote this book. I just call them modes, like how you have sorceress modes for casting spells. You got artisan modes for building stuff.
And they also do the colors wrong because it's bad.
Silver, gold, and then white instead of bronze, silver, gold, or any of the other chains of ideas they have out there for a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
But anyway, so ordinary direct things that you craft earn you silver points.
Mm-hmm.
You then spend silver points to accomplish tier 2 bigger crafting ideas, which earn you tier 3 points, and so on and so forth. With the measure of how many points a task is worth to you being based on 3 objectives to consider. Did this project A, create or strengthen an intimacy in someone else towards you, the artisan? B, provide clear and tangible in-game payoff for the artisan? Or C, uphold, further, or protect an existing intimacy of the artisan? I would say, if nothing else, the very principle of this falls into my defining intimacy is tied to my religion.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So just doing my job here of respect for dead. Handling of the unpleasant grunt work of getting a community through the mourning process.
Mm.
Just need to figure out other things to do. So since I definitely tagged one of those, that would be, and 3 threshold successes, that would be worth 3S off the top. 6 if this ends up instilling opinions in the town, but that's more a matter for after, people have been talked to.
Afterward.
Yeah, the project idea I have
We'll see.
won't start until we actually get people out, because I want to start up a bureaucratic project to get this town, get things repaired, refurbished, and get this town back together.
So for now, I'll just note that I have 3 silver, and then come up with more ways to help with the situation.
Yep. Okay, so in the meantime,
All right, I think I finally got
yeah,
my everything.
it's all good.
Okay. So Obsidian would get to the center of town, just the place where if he were to be loud, which he plans on being loud, his voice would carry the most to the various corners of the town. How big is this town?
It is a town of a couple of hundred people. So
Okay, big
it's loud enough that if you shout really loud, somebody on the edges of the walls will probably hear something. It's not like miles across or anything. It's a couple hundred yards at most.
So Obsidian would get there, take a deep breath, cough, clutch his chest, forgetting. Right,
Ow, ow,
yes.
ow.
Take another deep breath, but like slightly less than the previous one. And then sort of declare like, and then realize that like go to say something and realize he doesn't know the name of this town. And just say, just the general like sort of citizens, I'm sure that you can tell at this point that the rampant yelling and bombastic nature that has been outside your town for the last month, as far as I can tell, has been dealt with and is no longer a threat upon you. You no longer have to cower within inside the your houses and can once again move about. If anybody is injured or ailing in any way, we are here to help.
All right. I will count that as a charisma presence roll with a +1 stun.
Okay. Let me get my. It's probably 10. I'm gonna guess that's 10.
That
but
is
I'm
10.
gonna check.
That is 10 for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you still need to pick your specialties as well. I'm not seeing any on your sheet.
I have no idea what that is.
Specialties are specific applications of skills you are exceptionally good at, and when that specialty applies, you get 1 extra die. Like Angler has an awareness specialty for crowds, so when using crowds awareness to case a crowd, he gets an extra die. Old Man has an athletics specialty for balance, so any athletics roll that involves balance has an extra die. That sort of thing.
Okay, noted. Also, I'm gonna burn 4 personal motes on this.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be. Just remember how to do this. I think it's 10d10 greater than 7s +2 for the automatic successes.
Yes. I don't know if the +2 will directly work, but...
Yeah, we'll find out. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'll just remember +2.
Yeah. Oh!
All right.
That is 5,
many.
6, 7.
Wait, hold up.
Mhm.
All right, hold up.
Oh, does it let you re-roll 10s?
I believe that's what it says. I'll do a double check.
Which exalted
Additional non-charm die. Roll an
Correct.
additional non-charm die for every 10 rolled.
Yeah, that's okay. So you roll another one then.
Yeah, presence explodes.
Okay,
Well-
let's tally that up. That is
So that
4,
is
5,
9?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 successes.
It doesn't double. Oh wait, no, skill checks double 10s. Okay, yeah.
Yes, no, the double 10s is that's why I was asking is. So yeah, you get 13
That's 11
successes.
successes. 11.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah, okay, 11 successes.
You're the savior of this town.
Well,
Congrats.
no. It is 13 because of the specialty also adding 2 automatic successes.
Yeah.
Oh, did it? Okay, fair.
Not the specialty, the excellency. So, yeah, your voice resounds immaculately and unmistakably through every corner of every building of this entire village. Clear as
Hail.
day, as though you were walking directly beside them with a reassuring hand on their shoulder.
Hey, y'all, take your excellencies. They're always good.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
What if we just throw more dice? And louder dice?
So, not only does, after the echoing of your resounding voice become still, the population inside the council house the council of elders, begin to come out in wild-eyed awe and respect. Several survivors who were hidden away in other buildings and basements, and including one in hiding in the eaves of the roof old man is sleeping under just kind of pops up one of the roof thatch, kind of disrupting old man's sleep by just kind of knocking him on his side.
Hold on.
Hmm?
They're strong enough to just push me open and off?
There's
No,
leverage
it's
because you're
near
on nearby. They're moving the roof, which moves you, rather than them being able to shove you above them.
All right.
Like you're
Now,
not
do I
knocked
actually have my
off.
sleep disrupted?
What?
Do I actually have my sleep disrupted?
Not really.
Yeah,
You're
that's
just
what I
kind
thought.
of you kind of roll over in your sleep a little bit. But someone who had actually been like clever enough to hide inside of a roof pops out and comes down off the roof. And now that you get a head count, the survivor count is closer to 50 or 60. From
Yes.
everybody who'd been scurried around and been gone to ground the whole time. And they are all just staring at Obsidian Shield like an emissary from heaven. And there's just murmurs of, how did you do it? And just a general prayers and thanks given towards heaven and towards, the blood of the dragons, the elements, the earth.
You could all do this.
Mhm.
That's the secret.
So
Well,
you
hold
now
on.
have the entire
they cannot all do this.
So yeah, now you have the entire surviving membership of the town in the plaza, hanging on your every word.
Sort of clap my hands together and just again. All right. So the last thing that I did say though, how many injured who needs medical assistance here?
I'd say about 7 or 8 people raised their hand with minor injuries. It looks like. One of them actually looks like they're beginning to nurse an infection on a cut on their chest.
Oh, I've been there. I start ushering them over towards
I've got a
Thousand
tree
Miracles.
So I'm not going to make you roll individually for all 8. This is just going to be a general mass treatment roll with a difficulty threshold.
I have a specialty in medicine, by the way. Does that mean I get a 10?
That means you get an extra die. So this would be a general. Oh yeah, if you're rolling dexterity medicine, then yes, you would be at a 10 for triage. The difficulty threshold is 3 for treating them all at the same time, quickly and efficiently.
Ugh.
You can spend a willpower to go over to 3, or you can accept being a little short.
Nah, I'll spend a willpower.
Okay. So Yang, you can describe how you just assembly line efficiency without losing any efficacy are able to treat every individual little injury and malady these people are presenting.
Oh, I just have a shitload of acid in my filing cabinet, basically. I just give them salves and some, mild painkillers, and then, placebos and shit for someone who's actually not injured, but is, just sort of in shock.
Mm-hmm. I'll also ask for a second roll for the patient who is with an infection. That'll just be another 10d10 for specialized attention to them. That infection, don't know what the fuck hit it.
What infection? What are you talking about?
You just hand that motherfucker a bottle of nuclear penicillin, and
This will fix it.
as they drink it, you can actually see the pus try to escape the wound. Just somehow the infection itself just goes no, and just immediately vacates the body.
So what'd you get for trying to fuck with the potion seller?
So yeah, it's that. You also notice as you're treating them, the physical injuries are easy to deal with. It is very clear to tell that basically everyone in the village who is still alive is in some degree of shock or is processing trauma, especially now that they are outside and can see at least some of the body remnants. So they may be able to help with assisting, but they're also kind of in a bit of a state.
Understandable.
So that is.
We're gonna need to somehow at least get some people to help identify these bodies if we want to do the
Well,
memorial.
there's not much remains to identify on the street, though, actually, since
That's
the
fair.
bones were outside and are now in the clay pit.
Yeah.
The matter, it's who would have been where when, because all that's left is ground beef
Yeah.
and clothing. Actually, no, the clothing would be very important for helping identify people.
Yeah, there's still clothing around.
So we're going to end up with a count of survivors and a hopefully close to correct count of the dead from
Yes.
the walkabout.
I guess yes, I would start leading people over to. I would. I guess initially I would just try and as people start, panicking, getting antsy, and all. I don't want to say the word getting antsy. That feels like a bad word to use for this situation.
Dealing with unimaginable amounts of
dealing
trauma.
with what they're doing. Yeah, just a very generic attempts to calm the people down. I don't really have flavor for this because I ain't good at this for that personally. Me,
Well, that
outside
is-
of the game.
That is still, I would say, probably a charisma presence roll, just
Mhm.
by using your natural youthfulness to help calm them down, so you can just roll that.
Why
You
don't
know,
we get people over to the well? We just purified it, so we can get people water.
Yeah, I'd actually accept
Hey.
that as a one die stunt addition for using the purified water.
Okay.
Because they've been drinking stale water out of the well for a
See,
Wow.
there's a man who thinks. There's a
So-
man who thinks. All right, I did not use my my excellency this time.
That's still 5 successes. They're going to be dealing with this for the rest of their lives. There's no minimizing that. But for the time being, they're able to process it and work through their emotions and work through the short term and focus on dealing with the immediate necessary deeds of putting their loved ones to rest.
I do tell Vanif that we have as you can see we have the people out here. I'm gathering them at the well. Go fetch brother as his is the next part of this task.
Yep. I shall go let Brother Absolute Repose know that, hey, we can get started on the work of identifying people for the memorial.
So yeah, Repose is approached in probably nearing the end of the marking out the 5 quadrants and leaving down generic have you identified this person little slabs and tokens, and is probably surprised to see the number of survivors described nearly double in the plaza. This is a town that did not go down quietly. This is a town that did not accept death when death literally erupted on their doorstep.
Admirable.
So, right now would probably be any second step of the craft project or a role to help the villagers identify the remains, which I'm not entirely sure what that one would be.
Investigation.
I'd say investigation.
Yeah, let's get
or
some investigation rolling.
Yeah.
Now that we've got everybody out of hiding and in one place and beginning to process what's going on, let's actually get the full story of how this happened before we got here. We have only a vague sense of the exact chain of events.
Yeah, okay, so you can start interrogating the main character, because the remaining elder of the council is in the open still, at the wound that Yang helped seal up, kind of itching at it a little bit, but is clearly less distracted by that and more overwhelmed with joy to see anyone else alive, but also overwhelmed with grief at all the rest.
Repose will set up shop at the edge of this gathering as a street priest and just hear people's grievances.
Okay.
I am going to
accept.
seek out.
Testimony.
I'm going to seek out Young-Soo and Chang-Se. Ching-Se?
Qingshi.
Qingshi.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty easy to find. Qingshi is with her familial. She maybe an aunt, maybe a grandmother. You haven't asked. And Youngsu is nearby, just checking in on everybody else. Is very clearly trying to find some way to be helpful.
I will steer him over to talk to our wonderful priest.
Oh, those were the people we found in the forest. Sorry, I was grasping at like who.
No.
Nope.
Those were the two named NPCs who got names.
The locals who were willing
yeah.
to take a swing at some bones to help everyone else
Yeah.
escape.
Yes,
People who had spines who were also not injured.
Yes.
Though that does remind me, we do.
Oh,
have
the people that you
on
found in the village when you did your
Yes.
reconnaissance. Okay.
The
yeah.
two who, when offered to, hey, do you want to fuck up some bones, immediately said yes. So, yeah, you can steer Jingsu over to Pose and Qingxue. Did you have questions for her, or?
I was mostly going to let the gentleman, because he's trying so hard to be helpful, just kind of talk to Brother Repose for a little bit. And then, since Qingxue seemed to have her stuff together a little bit more, I figured she would probably interject as soon as he made a mistake.
Okay. And Newbie, you were also saying something?
No, I was just like remembering in my brain who these characters are.
Yeah, okay.
I had
So,
a question.
what's up?
What time of the day was this again?
It is probably an hour and a half before dawn at this point. So,
Okay.
fairly dark, but like once people started coming out, they started lighting torches, and y'all have pretty good eyesight because Exalts.
Yeah.
Any of us can
Well-
become lamp on short notice.
Yep. I just wanted to get a good idea of what time it was.
Yeah, it is like, very, very late night, very, very early morning. Okay, so Jungsu comes over to Brother Repose, and he's just like, I don't know if heaven sent you, if you just wandered in here or what. I was never really much one to talk and listen to the Immaculates when they came by. I always kind of seemed a little more up on their heads in the clouds, but I really can't thank you enough. I can't. So, we're all here because of you. I can't emphasize that enough. I wish I could say I could have done more. I did what I could, but yeah. I may be a little quick on the draw on the bow, but even I didn't think I was going to be able to face down whatever was out there on my own. And
If you feel
I don't
a
blame
great
you.
need to thank anyone for your providence, take out urn of Sun Wen, set it on the table alongside where Repose is going to start composing the role of the fallen for this tragedy.
Alright, I'm just going to give you a 2-die stunt on the composure roll for that, because that is a very slick way of doing this with someone. So, Jungsu leans down by the base and kind of looks up at, who was this? Just kind of looks back at the vase. Well, I don't know how properly to greet you by name,
Oh, hold on.
but
Turn. I did put the name on the vase. Turn it, make sure it's visible.
it is clear this man cannot read. But he just kind of bows his head. And he's like, it's clear enough that you helped these folks out, and you lost your life in the process of doing so. As I said, I ain't too much for being a religious folk, but I believe that it's a way of showing what you're willing to live for and what you're willing to die for. And it's clear enough that if it weren't for whatever you did, these folks wouldn't be here. And if these folks weren't here, we'd all probably be with you. So, thank you for everything you've done, whatever that may be. He's clearly a little awkward because he doesn't know the full details, but Repose can very clearly feel from within the vase the last few ties that Sun Wen had to the world beginning to let go, and within moments, the presence within the vase is gone, and it is clear that he's been taken by Leth. He's been he has been taken up by the cycle of reincarnation. And I will give you a willpower. I will give you a willpower point for witnessing that.
Good times. Actually, pull up on those from previous.
Get yourself a floating one then, because
All right.
seeing a ghost pass on is always a very momentous event for those who are in the business.
Well, Repose is mostly not here to interrogate anyone. He is present and he is listening. Everyone can tell their tale of the recent tragedy. He is just here to accept people's woes.
Okay, so the overall gist that Repose gets while working on the Scroll of the Fallen and getting the names of those who are listing off their fallen brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, uncles, aunts, husbands, wives, lovers, and on and on and on, is that they're not entirely sure what happened, but it all happened at once. And as the picture becomes clearer to a couple of them, and much clearer to Repose as he's listening, there had been a feast to celebrate one of the holy days of the villages on the Immaculate Calendar for one of the local harvest gods. And they had sacrificed several goats out of season to provide meat for the festival. Not everyone in the village was present, and as the stories are coming out, it is becoming clear that most of the survivors are either people who partake in the bounty of the banquet, who were in exceptionally good health, were either out trading or in the fields. It is more confirmation that the feast was the infection vector for the puppeteer's plague, and very few who actually celebrated the holy day survived.
And whoever was responsible for preparing that feast, were they among the survivors or the dead?
The dead.
I mean, hell, that's good news for you. That means you can just go find them.
Yes.
Obsidian would raise his hand. Should we take a look at the people who attended and survived?
Yeah, I might want to,
That's a question for you all.
Sorry, I was on there for a second. I just reading DMs.
It's all right.
Question immediately. Or...
there
it
are
was
folks who
more
were...
general.
We found the event at which Bonitis occurred.
Oh, yeah.
There are people who survived that incident, who were present at Tainted Feast, but are not bones.
That's pretty weird.
Yes. That merits
Why
some
are you
questioning.
not bone?
From those who are there to question. Repose is not here to question yet on that way. He's just getting the names down.
Bring
Or the
them
mass funeral.
I'm going to do a docking.
Yeah,
So-
I might take Yang. We might go find these people so that I might question and Yang might examine.
Yeah, Yang could easily.
Yeah.
So
We'll figure
yeah,
it
let us start with a. Let's go with a manipulation investigation roll for Angler to
Oh, that's
wrangle
angry.
wrangle the people together without tipping your hand on what's going on.
Gotcha.
I'll prepare a fun little VIP clinic for the bonus bones that might be happening.
The survivors of Bonitis.
5. I'm guessing that this is multitasking, hence why I made it 9 instead of 8. Because I do have that investigation multitasking,
Yes.
especially.
Okay, you get all, let's call it let's call it 7 people who were at the feast and survived. You get all of them, and none of them are very aware as to why they are being singled out. No suspicion is very apparent on their faces or anything. It's just, hey, we, heard that you might have some things we might want to look at, so we're just gonna have our doctor look over you.
We're doing a random screening, completely random, no reason at all why 6 people have been chosen. Just if you go over here to the side section so that my friend might look you over,
Avoiding
we'd really
to say
appreciate
the
that.
actual number of people.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure, just to double check.
Yeah.
I just roll medicine for like.
I'm gonna double check your charms and see if you have anything that might be relevant.
I have like disease something techniques. Like I could probably use
Disease
that.
banishing technique. Give me an intelligence medicine roll, which is 10 for you.
6.
Okay. You do basically a quick, physical checkup on all 7 people who come in. And the uniting factor among all of them is that they are healthy as horses. These are people who probably spend all day, every day in the fields, aside from taking the day off to go to the Holy Festival, or people who are just blessed with an incredibly good constitution. They survived either out of pure dumb luck or the intervention of a god, effectively, is the best guess that you've got. There doesn't appear to be any sneaky malice or cursed magic or having dodged it. It's more they got a disease and their bodies fought it off.
Ah, good news. You're all winners.
Mm-hmm.
Why does anyone consider a horse the portrait of good health?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll have you know my horse is very healthy.
To have health like a horse, to be incredibly powerful until the first inconvenience, in which case you collapse immediately into a useless mound.
I wonder if they actually got more strong because of the disease. Maybe their meat regenerates now. Maybe it's like zombies or some shit. I don't know.
Here's why horse is the strongest. A horse is either binary, completely healthy, or dead. Therefore, if you are a horse and you are not harmed in any way, you're maximally healthy. That's why.
Sona, roll me into cult, which will be 7 for you.
Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if some god specifically engineered this so he can make a super soldier.
You're not sure of that, but what you are sure of is that taking some surreptitious blood and tissue samples of this stuff is probably going to be really useful for something down the line for people who survived the supernatural hell plague.
Oh, I keep everyone's blood, just for fun.
Oh, but you take special care in like preserving and taking more samples than you really need to from these people. Like whatever they've got going on, whether that's just normal health or whether it's who knows, you've got a backlog of super health juice.
I got the good
Oh,
blood.
is anyone in the village on the list, by the way? Do I have to snuff out any villagers?
One moment.
Oh my god, someone on the list. This was a joke.
There is one person on the list in the village.
Hmm.
It is a 40-something-year-old man who is on the list for aiding and assisting a dynast who was moving slaves through a Sinus slave trader slaves down to Grey Falls.
I might do a hit.
Well,
All right.
it is your prerogative.
Slaver, huh?
Assistant slaver, but
While I was medically attending this man during the routine phase, I'm gonna grill him for questions to see if he was like complicit on purpose or.
all right. That would be social combat, actually. So let's go into the social combat.
It's time to make a choice, Jack.
So this would be a read intentions roll, which is not great for you. You have
Nope.
3. you would be asking what his intimacy towards that dynast or that slavery. Basically, you're trying to see how deeply he feels about it. So you are trying to roll to beat his guile, which is the social defense stat.
Well, we can both roll hard garbage, so let's see what happens. I get a 1.
Okay.
If you want to, you can also spend a willpower to get an automatic success as well.
Yeah, you could just spend willpower until you win.
You can get 1 willpower to gamble that he has a guile of 2 or less, and see if you get it that way.
Wait, can you only spend 1 willpower per?
You can only spend 1 on a roll.
Damn, I thought you could just go
Yeah,
all
let's spend
in.
1 willpower just in case you roll slightly less hot garbage.
Okay. You get a sense from him as you're talking to him. You're not directly asking him, "Hey, are you a fucking slaver?" But you're just chatting about, Grey Falls and the dynasts and the
nature of the day.
Yeah. You get the feeling that it's something that he's not proud of, but he doesn't really lose sleep over it. It was something that he did to basically make ends meet when he was younger.
I mean, I kill people.
So yeah, this is an open question of, does Yang think that is someone who deserves death?
Does Yang cross a name off the list?
Turns out he just had very latent bonitis.
Would it be a
What a
problem
shame.
to cross him off the list, or can I do it casually and with no one noticing any better? Can I just
That's basically on whether or not you can find a way of surreptitiously killing this man.
I can poison him.
You could easily poison him. He's taking medical treatment from you right now.
Right, that's the point, is that...
He could just get a wild fever and die suddenly. That would be bad.
Yeah, that is a matter of...
You know what? I'm going to give him a horrible fever, and if he survives it, that's God's will, and if he doesn't, I don't give a shit.
Alright, let me look up actually the roll for, sneakily poisoning somebody.
He does have a 2 or 3 point artifact for having enormous stores of contents and stuff like that.
So I'm not saying that you don't have the poison. I'm saying I'm looking up the administration of poison.
I definitely have. Yeah, that's not in question. We're just seeing if I can do that.
Core book, why are you so badly formatted?
You know why.
I know why, I've said why, but I have to reiterate it every time.
Take each section that you care about and comb through it and extract the real information from the garbage.
Wow.
By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out here. I looked in the chapter 10 of the Exalted book, the Dragonblood's book, really quick. By the way, would you like to know how many spells Neman knows?
How many?
How many?
6.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is that a lot?
Old man knows as many spells as Neman, who is the greatest sorcerer.
doesn't feel right.
Sorcerer.
That feels both correct and incorrect at the same time.
I mean, here's the thing. Neman does know a celestial spell somehow, so there's that.
Ah, well, okay.
Yeah. So, but in total, 6.
All right, so I guess this is a question of, because you have such a panoply of poisons available to you, exactly how badly do you want to fuck this man's day up?
Let's give him tuberculosis.
All right.
That's weirder and harder. That's a disease. What? You have just tuberculosis on hand?
Well, I mean,
You have an
artificial tuberculosis.
Like a poison that will model tuberculosis is
Yeah.
something that would allow someone to have with a 3-dot artifact of, I have everything to do with medicine. So yeah, you just basically give him...
Up your tubers, and if you can survive this, you've earned the right to keep living.
All right. That is...
You won't notice he's gonna have this for months. You realize?
I know, it's great. It's gonna be so funny.
This is an interval of 1 week. Yeah, this is going to be something that does not resolve in character unless you hang around for a while, so I'm just going to do the rolls now. So
Yeah,
let me just...
Yeah, I'm not gonna be around when he realizes this is happening. This is up to date.
Basically, how you're justifying to yourself that you did your due diligence to the list is, I gave him the thing that would likely kill him. If he survives, it's not your problem, and you're not going to find out.
Yep.
Yes.
I cross off something on the list. He might die. I don't know. Not my problem.
That's a way to that makes sense to me as a way to work with both of your.
Yeah, that actually nails both of your intimacies, and I feel like you get a will. Have you spent willpower?
Yeah, too.
Yeah,
Just now.
I'm gonna give you a willpower back for holding up your intimacies by doing this. You actually feel like more solidly powerful and have a stronger sense of self because you just infected a man with a non-contagious tuberculosis.
I infected a man with judgment. Raw law.
I can't believe 1,000 Miracles Yang has created Super SARS.
Oh,
Wild.
Okay, so
SARS 2.
I mean, that just makes me William Burke.
yeah, yeah. Right.
Prescription for death.
Prescription for ethics?
Okay, I think virulence means you have to go over its stat because he got exactly in it. So is that on a successful roll he avoids succumbing to the disease? I think if it's a virulence 2 disease and he rolled a 2, does that mean he doesn't get it?
Sorry, what was that?
That is a question of if it is a virulence 2 disease and you are rolling to overcome it and he got 2 successes, does that mean he does not get it?
I believe so. Yes.
Then yeah, this man, by virtue of the will of heaven, survives your infliction of pseudo-tuberculosis.
Alright,
You can
let's
cross-
get a plan for him.
So yeah, you can cross his name off the list because that's your due diligence done. He gets to live.
Was there any penalty?
I just killed the old person, the old shitty person, and now the new not shitty person's there, and someone wants that.
it probably fucked him up for weeks.
No, actually, he got the first roll, meaning that he doesn't even contract it.
Oh, okay. Heaven just decided, no, you don't get this.
Yeah, or
It's
his, immune system. He's fine. So yeah, you feel it all worked out for the best. Yang upheld his personal moral code, and a man did not horribly suffer for questionable decisions he made as a younger man. So, yeah, I can believe we're now at.
Playing God or yourself.
So yeah, I believe at this point we are now at the second phase of Repose's crafts. Would be
So-
the next thing to solve.
Town has a mason. Towns have masons. Someone has to do
there-
rock
there-
stuff.
there's a couple of surviving masons. The master is dead, but the journeyman and apprentices are around.
Gonna head on down to Stone Shop. Head out to their yard, to their pile. Find the largest available slab. Just kind of hoist that thing up on my back and carry it down the road.
Oh, that reminds me, we're also here for pottery.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Might not be the best time.
You that is up to you whether or not you want to address that before
Do
or
you
after
have
this.
to? You had that wedding gift you were supposed to find.
We'll take care of that after the streets are cleaned.
So with I could have my one strength boosting thing for being in contact with the earth active. So I got
I'll give you a
9.
1 dice.
Alright, so 10 dice on strength athletics to be doing a feat of strength to haul this thing along through the road.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it. You're good.
Alright, so just very publicly carry this thing along. Or no, actually,
is-
I'm gonna put the value into that roll into. No, I did not say I need a very large stone. I need the largest stone that you have. Repose is going to hit the limits of his supernaturally tough, toned martial artist, made of rock body. Repose will have difficulty carrying this alone. It is a very large slab of rock. There is a
Well, or the-
burden to be
Obsidian
hauled that
is
is
cheering you on the
symbolically
whole
the
time.
grievances of the people. Community, pile in and help carry your sorrows down the
Yes.
street.
Yep, they are absolutely going to
Uh,
come in and help. the moment they see that you have difficulty.
Do you need help carrying that building?
Several dozen people are coming over to help. So if Milan wants to help or anybody, aside from
I have
Ruby,
noodle arms, but sure, I'll help.
Obsidian, you cannot help.
Obsidian does not help. Doctor's orders.
Yep.
I will
don't go over there.
I
I
will
will-
over there. Don't do it.
Looks
Also,
like an eager dog very much wants to carry the large rock.
I'll join the community in carrying this gigantic boulder.
All right.
Old man is not. Old man's old.
Alright.
Is
So
old man
we-
still asleep through this whole thing, by the way?
How long has it been?
At this point, probably about 2 hours.
Nah, he'll get up at this point. It was an old man nap. It was not a full
Yeah.
night's sleep or anything.
Mhm.
He'll watch
Alright,
though.
so we get this thing over to the graveyard, slam it down on an appropriate vacant patch of earth.
Mhm.
Then it's time to start carving. Get myself a surface flattened out and get those names up on the wall.
All right. I will give you a 2-die stunt for getting the entire village to help with this.
And throw Will in there to bring it to 3.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say 3 successes will get you what you want. It's not going to be a fabulously ornate, from miles around kind of memorial, but it's a simple, austere, quiet memorial to the atrocity that has occurred. And
It is a smooth
Wait.
slab with people to be remembered.
yes. So yeah, that is 2 silver. Okay. Now, in the meantime, there would be anything else anybody wants to do with the villagers, whether that be pursuing the masonry, looking into the other buildings, other further questioning, etc. Or other steps of
Yeah.
Rose's project.
I believe Spanner would probably look to make sure any of the children are around, if they're fine, what have you, just because he's probably feeling a little bit of pangs of remorse.
There are, at this probably a little over a dozen people under the age of 16 or so, and it's clear that some of them are handling it a lot better than others. Some are too young to fully understand what's going on, although it's clear that it's beginning to sink in. The others are doing their best to just hold it together for the sake of their families, or for the sake of the memory of their families and their village. But it's, yeah.
So to go along with that, he's going to grab a rock, and then another couple rocks, and a few more rocks, and as he's walking over, he's going to, because Obsidian's not doing anything, grab him and just say, play along, and he's going to start juggling as many rocks as he can to start with one hand, and then switch to 2 hands, and then starts intermingling one back and forth, and generally just do some really dumb dad sleight of hand things to make sure that the children are suitably amused. Not the like awe and wonder, but that like nice background happiness level that keeps people gradually okay.
It's a nice distraction to focus on at the time.
I want to roll performance to assist in this.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. That will be appearance or charisma. Well, that's the same thing. Charisma performance. And Angler, you'll be rolling dexterity athletics.
Gotcha.
So what would Obsidian's contribution to this be?
Damn, I didn't think that far. I was like, I can help. I have skills that work in this.
Obsidian, why don't you tell the story of the moose we fought just a few days ago? I can tell them all about my moosels in the process.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm gonna give myself a 1-die stunt for that one.
Yo, you go right the fuck ahead.
I start
Perform
like,
specialty dad jokes.
yes, I start
Dice Pod
pantomiming.
appreciates bad jokes.
I start pantomiming and telling the story about how this guy here wrestled a moose. I saw it, threw him 50 feet into the air.
As the story is going on, Angler starts doing tricks while juggling the rocks to imitate the hold he was doing on the moose and the swarms of raptors. Like, literally just kind of cascading them in the air to make rough shapes of the moving parts of the fight as they were going on, because he has such absolute control of his juggling. And the kids at first are kind of, like, confused as to what's going on, but the sheer, both mesmerizing skill on display of juggling and the incredible hype man nature of Obsidian Shield just getting at it has them all have a smile on their face within a couple of minutes. It's enough to lift their hearts for even if it's just for now, it's enough to lift their hearts for just for now. Which I would say defining intimacy is being upheld for Angler right now, so you can refill willpower if you have any.
Oh, good. I used a couple, yeah. I need to write down more dad jokes. Okay, I'm gone for like the next 15 minutes. Go to somebody else.
Although, so to rewind back to that second craft roll, though, wherein, hey, the first fundamental problem with this system is that it does front load a lot of busy work before you proceed to do interesting things, which is certainly a choice. So from the second of those, 2 objectives would have been hit. Presumably, this has helped to instill some sort of feelings in the town regarding rock carrying man.
Yes,
Quiet but tough man who is doing the thing.
Actually, I would also say on your first one, you would also have 2 objectives of marking out the dead and assisting the villagers in identifying the dead as well. Like, so yeah, if we assume that both of your roles had 2 objectives satisfied, you now have enough to do your major project. Yeah, a lot of this system assumes that the crafter is doing a lot of busy work in the background, not
The
as
character has made themselves about building, that they're always looking for opportunities to solve problems with crafting.
Yes. So yeah, you now have 10 bronze points, bronze motes, whatever the hell you want to actually call them.
First circle artisanry, yes.
So yes, you may begin the final project step.
Alright, well, I suppose it's, the only remaining idea here. So, as promised when I was encouraging Sun Wen earlier, there is a shelf carved into this slab, and he goes there. Get him settled and secured into place. There will be an engraved note regarding who this man was and what he had to do with what went down. That he raised alarm. Defied death to raise alarm and deliver salvation.
El Courier.
That is, I will say, 1 die stunt.
Pieces with him and pieces with you.
As a note, I still remembering to try to give stunts. So feel free to badger me if I ever zone out on that.
So, alright, there we go. So, just consecrating this thing, putting it, or actually, since the physical work of this has already happened, I think the conclusion here is more of a think roll than a handwork roll.
Yeah,
Mechanically, this is not a very complicated thing. This is now more about
This is consecration.
Yeah, this is more about the rhetoric and the mysticism surrounding that, so there would be a couple more dice in there from switching to a better attribute.
Yep.
On my part. Actually, just the one, right? I didn't take any attributes to 5. I didn't hyper-specialize this on...
I'd let you have intelligence apply rather than dexterity, which gives you the O1. Which...
Alright, I'll throw a will into that still to say this is 3.
Okay.
Which would be a matter of... What do we think the base difficulty of concluding this is?
I would say the base difficulty of this would have been a 2. So,
So the will wouldn't have been necessary, and there's no benefit to.
Yeah, there's no benefit because it wouldn't push you over to the exceptional success, so you can take that back.
All right, so consecrate this memorial.
Actually, everyone present feels just a sense of peace begin to settle over the graveyard, and it's almost indescribable, but even the chaos and the gore of the surroundings feel more at rest. And now it is clear that these are just the earthly remains, and those who have wanted and desired to move on to their next lives have been given the opportunity to do so and to rest peacefully, and all that remains is to deal with what they have left on Earth.
Any who are willing will be instructed to collect any earthly remains and bury them in the soil around the stone.
That is
with no particular need for any detail there. Just open the earth and return the remains to it.
Yeah, that's you get enough people to do that in a reasonable period of time.
All right, so completing that, this would probably be, again, 2 objectives being hit of establishing a bond with this town and upholding my principles.
Yes.
So that'll bring in a total of 4 Tier 2 motes and a tiny rebate of a pair of Tier 1 motes.
Mm-hmm.
Well done, Memorial Slab.
So, with all of that done, that is most of the stated objectives of the crew fulfilled, aside from pottery and Milan's idea of creating the bureaucracy.
Yeah, my thought was to have a letter, like a message sent out to both my my bureaucratic team as well as Obsidian's crew to get them to come. As we sort of get more hands and bodies, so we can start like rebuilding and getting things back up, so that I understand it'll be a while for trade to start going again because they had much of their population killed, but just getting this town back on its feet.
Okay. I'm not sure that step is going to require a whole bureaucratic project, so now...
And I was looking at the bureaucratic rules. There's nothing as complicated as like crafting is.
Yeah.
Yes.
The bureaucratic rules basically
do not exist. Just throw your dice and carry on.
That is, just roll charisma bureaucracy. I'd say it's a difficulty 3 to get a good message out quickly.
All right, let me look at charms.
See if there's any special benefits you can have writing on that.
Yeah, I'm going to use Geese Flying South Administration, which add automatic success per 2 emotes and reroll 6s until they cease.
Mm-hmm. So reroll 1.
Alright, so that is 4 successes.
Plus 2. So 6
plus
successes.
2. 6 successes.
Alright, that's 3 threshold over the difficulty. You pen a pair of very... You know exactly the language that the dynasts need in their own way to get shit done quickly. You know the exact sort of things to invoke and the exact sort of arguments to make.
Yep.
You've made a form letter like this by heart 1,000 times.
And I was going to say, and the other one, I let Obsidian write the letter to his crew.
Yeah. And on that one, the successes is just, doing a little proofreading and editing in case they have to show it to anybody else as part of the trade network. And from there, you just find somebody in the village who's willing to take a fast horse and send them down on the road to meet up with the sailing crew and other couriers.
Yep.
Which leaves you with the one last awkward topic.
Did anyone check on the goats? The goats had not yet run off when we arrived. That might not still be the case. Goats are easily
yes,
distracted.
goats.
The goats in the fields.
Someone should
You know what?
retrieve goats. Repose is going to go chase goats.
Follow those goats.
Repose, roll me dexterity athletics to chase those goats down in a reasonable amount of time. Threshold 3.
Chasing them goats.
You are able to, by sheer virtue of what is this large human running at us with no fear of God or man, that we do not recognize. That is not a shepherd's crook. Is that a predator? What is this? I don't know. You successfully override their innate nature of being goats and thus stubborn as fuck to just kind of herd them like a sheepdog back towards the village.
Goat secure. Goat in.
Goat in.
Goat in. And you get a couple of appreciative, like, oh, holy crap, they're still alive. Thank you for, like, the few shepherds that were in town and survived. There's a couple who actually come up to what appear to be several of their favorite goats and give them hugs and pats on the head and are glad that they are alive. The goats seem indifferent.
You don't have a favorite goat, newbie? Is that your problem?
Can't say I do.
All goats are the favorite.
Goats have been reunited with friends.
World is healing.
Awkward questions. Definitely left resolved.
I
Goat
feel like
situation
maybe we
under
should
control.
wait a day before we start asking about pottery.
Like, if you want to have, like, a time lapse of a day to just do miscellaneous tasks around the town to help rebuild and reassemble, and yeah, that is totally fine. I'll just have a day out in time of a day pass. If Repose wants to generalize a couple of basic crafting projects to, like, literally,
We can probably
literally-
establish some sort of background passive income of silver.
I'd say you probably get 3 a day.
You heard it. The DM said a day pass. What am I bashing heals?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
By 1 lethal minus 0 wound heals from
I'll
the
be
previous fight.
honest. If anyone goes looking for Old Man, he is gone from the village. He is in the outskirts somewhere. He is not hanging around.
All right, what is Old Man up to in the outskirts?
What is Old Man
Old
up
Man?
to?
Old Man is going to go grab ingredients and whatnot to make another bit of his immortality elixir. He's gonna go scavenge.
All right.
As
Sounds
an aside, for anybody that was curious in the audience, it is literally going to take Obsidian an in-game week to heal all the way.
Yeah, just roll me just a wit survival roll to see if you find anything particularly interesting while scavenging, Old Man.
Sure, I guess. That does mean 10d10.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe a few. Wait, did I do lessons? I did lesson 7 again. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still 5 successes.
That's 5 successes. Okay, so you're able to find, because Old Man is very, 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 very used to swapping in and out and making replacements, and you know.
There's actually literally in the shaping ritual. There's a thing about this. It's just that the crafting roll has a higher difficulty.
Yeah, no, it's you get exactly what you need for your immortality elixir. Top of that, you see a very odd-looking, kind of pale white lily beginning to bloom, and it's just
Ooh,
the single
hold on.
one.
Yes, hold on a second. Is that out of season?
Yes.
All right, that is auspicious. I'm gonna want to divine at that. I'm not a
All right.
thaumaturgist though, which is I probably should pick that up at some point.
Okay. You can roll your. Oh, no, you're not the one with omens. That's but yeah, that's into cult, I'd say. Yeah, this is an occult. This is an occult roll rather than a lore roll because this is the omens, etc.
Romans.
Greater than 7s this time. There we go. 8 successes.
All right. This is no ordinary lily. This is what would ordinarily be the only kind of a flower that blooms in a shadowland, but it is somehow grown in a living condition. It is the only one in the entire field, and it looks like it had just grown and bloomed this morning. It is strange to see, but you definitely get the sense that this is not a sign of the dead are encroaching on the living. It's more like a gift from the dead to the living.
Ah, all right. I'll definitely leave it where it is then. I'm not going to take it as an ingredient or anything like that. That
You're
is
just
a.
gonna immediately bite the head off of it.
I'm going to leave it there because as a gift from the dead for whatever services were rendered, I don't deserve that, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to take it.
All right.
In fact, instead, what that can is then later in its years down the line, hopefully this one out of season like single pure white lily can then maybe create an entire field of them over here.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of receiving a reward for actually services rendered is completely against anything that old man believes in, and he will never take them.
All right, so you leave the single lily swaying gently in the breeze in the field behind you. Do you mention it to anyone else?
No.
Okay.
All right.
That's old
That
man's
is
secret
a-
flower for old man only.
And meanwhile, I will go ahead and try to do the craft roll.
Yeah.
To do this as well. And this one is going to be like the previous one before it. This is specifically for my control spell, which I will then store in a gourd somewhere on my body that retains
Yes.
its efficacy forever.
Mhm.
This is my craft alchemical craft roll here. Difficulty of 9. Sorry, not 9. 4.
Mhm.
That is a complete failure. I actually cannot.
You cannot use your willpower to get high enough on that. Speaking of willpower, though, because a day passed, and I assume if everyone got a good night's sleep, depending on whether or not you did, you
Well,
do
okay,
gain 1 willpower.
Specifically, it's that it has an increased difficulty for not having a workshop for brewing, and a larger batch is what increases the difficulty by 2. Is this only 3?
This would be only 3 if you're only trying to make a single batch.
Okay, then I will use my new merit of flowing intention cultivation to spend my free willpower bonus success
Okay.
to go ahead and just get it successful.
All right. So those who had a good night's sleep over the villages, or at some point, can gain 1 willpower if you had any
There is
willpower to gain.
there is probably at least one home whose residents have entirely perished in the tragedy.
At least.
In the town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
There's
Bose
space.
will be spending the night there and have shop set up for in case there are any upper ghosts who have managed to wander back in to air their grievances.
All right. So
He will not be
During the-
sleeping. He's got work to do.
during the night, you are visited by a small handful of ghosts. The majority of them are there to just give you abject, we are forever in your debt kind of praise of, we don't know what just hit us and we're adjusting to our new existence, but you clearly know what you're doing and you have saved the lives of all of our villagers, like all of our friends. Thank you so much. There are 2 exceptions. One of them is what appears to be a woman about 40 years old. Just one look at her hands can tell you immediately that she was one of the craftswomen who handled the pottery. And the look in her eyes of just intense irritation and bitterness tells you that she was very good at it and is quite annoyed that she is no longer able to do so, even before she begins to tell you as much. She was one of the people who directly manipulated and worked with the clay from the clay pits to give it the glazes and additional workings that was the village's prized secrets and joy. She is not the only one who knew that. She was one of the few that did, though. So her biggest impression and request on you is to make sure that the living who remember and retain the information both honor it and keep it their memory of it, and also at least teach some fucking relax your standards a little bit. 90% of the town's fucking dead. Because she doesn't want them to like be reclusive about it and then risk having it die out completely. The other one is a much older ghost who is clearly one of the ancestor ghosts of the village who was brought up topside by the sheer number of their descendants falling into the underworld.
Just hold on, my town is screaming.
Yeah. Who looks you up and down and pretty immediately cases you for who you really are. And bows his head in respect and says, "Give my regard to the Janissaries for you. Will you let them know that down below, we owe him a favor or two, and we intend to repay him that. Whether or not the rest of us know that yet, I'll let the rest of us know how this works." And that's basically the ghost input that you get.
Pleased to see their descendants are in good hands.
Yes.
All right, next day.
Mm-hmm.
We moved a road, didn't we?
A little bit, yeah.
It's fine. The elementals can fix it.
I'm gonna have to get to work on updating maps, sending in forms. We need to accurately update the state of the road.
Yeah, just roll me intelligence bureaucracy.
Can
work on that in
do.
the background. Okay, so in the meantime, Repose actually has a pretty good lead-in to the pottery question. Milan, you don't really have a very accurate map of the area yet.
We moved a road.
You basically note down, once you have a more accurate map, you will know how to update it so the road is moved correctly. But right now, you're just kind of going off of your own lay of the land sort of stuff.
Oh, by the way, if we are doing more work here, I am gonna throw this out there. I will be using friends to all nations attitude to have a social specialty in this town.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Actually, I have that too.
I don't have to spend. That's the thing that's amazing about that move. I don't have to spend anything. I just have to spend an hour amongst the people, and I just have a specialty.
Yeah, it's the move of everyone likes you.
Yeah, I'm also gonna pick that up as well because I have that too.
All right, so yeah, both of you now have the social specialty of the town that I never gave the name of, and I, in retrospect, never actually did end up naming. It's somewhere in my pile of notes that this town has a name, but I don't remember it. So, mea culpa? I will get back to you on that.
Westville.
Eastville.
No, it's still Westville. It's way out in the east, but it's called Westville.
Clay Bottom.
You know what? Let's just go with that for now.
Hammer.
Clay Bottom for now. So yeah, if Repose wants to breach the topic with the living co-workers the ghost pointed out, you can do that now, or you can do other...
Yeah, I think Repose's tasks to do for the next day will be to, get a combination of, following up on those requests from the departed, and also some self-improvement in, because he's actually a little internally ashamed that his stoneworking is so comparatively amateurish. This is clearly something he needs to work on more if he's going to be traveling and, doing serious memorializing. He's clearly well-versed in the disposing of the restless dead.
Mm-hmm.
Has to pick up on the other things. So he's actually going to go in and just talk to these fellow earthworking folk. Find out how they do things. Find out what they do. Probably apologize to the masons. Pay for the slab.
Yeah, no, you have more than enough money on you to do that. They would say suspiciously more than enough until they remember, one, you are a dragon blood, and two, don't ask questions. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
so-
make you roll
Yeah,
to
this doesn't
extract
need
this.
to be a scene.
Yeah. So
But-
basically, that's just justification for building up your craft dots. Is you get
Yeah, like, so-
actually.
The plan here: go in, get lessons, slip in all of our departed master's advice in the form of questions to the students that are probably going to be suspiciously on the nose, phrased in ways that their departed headmistress would have chastised their work.
Okay, yeah.
Just get a bit of a wink and a nod that, yeah, don't worry, she's watching.
They
You're
give
still
you
on
a
the
couple.
clock.
They give you a couple of looks that you're not sure. Some of them seem very relieved and happy and delighted that clearly, their departed teacher is still watching over them and speaking through this person. A couple of them have much more of a reaction of, "Oh, god damn it!"
Oh, you
But
think that would be that easy? You think the boss would let you go over something like dying?
yeah, that's basically the reaction they're having. It's just like, no, But they
And
get
when the
over
boss
it.
tells them to ease up a bit as well,
Mhm.
please have an
They're-
economy version of what we do.
Yeah, that's basically they take a little bit of solace in having expressed permission to be a little less absurdly perfectionist about things, but it's
If-
clear that chafes against their entirety of their pride in their craft.
If we were in a position where we had the luxury of individually cremating and interring all 150 casualties of this event, the rest of you would be dead from the effort. And that's just not good. No one wins there.
So yeah, that basically covers that, and I will ask you to roll me manipulation presence to try to wheedle out some information about where you can get a surviving piece of the masterworks.
That is one of my pools of 7. 4 successes.
All right. They are initially very hesitant. Even it is striking to you how hesitant they are. In the fact that they are at all hesitant, and also that they are fairly significantly so, to divulge even a bit of their secrets about how the pottery is made, let alone where the process is involved. But after some talking and some clear demonstrations that you are in touch with their departed teacher, they are willing to let you walk through the last step of the glazing process of one of the pots that was almost finished that she was creating. There is a tall, I believe the term is a dragon kiln or an incline kiln that they work with, and they let you walk inside, obviously while it is not on fire, to see one of the pots on one of the shelves that dot the incline. The idea of the kiln being that it is able to produce a large amount of things at once. The pot in question has been treated with what looks like some sort of ceramic or enameling, or they're being very evasive on the exact details because they, again, consider it a sacred secret. But from your best guess, it is some sort of naturally occurring mineral that allows them to do a porcelain or ceramic glaze, along with a high iron content in the clay nearby, as well as tiny little bits of cobalt, for lack of a fancier term for it. So when the process is fired over the course of the day and the clay pot is finished with the glaze, it actually turns into a spiderweb crackle of a reddish white glaze that within the cracks reveals a brilliant blue. And it is very clear how incredibly finicky and incredibly delicate the application of the glaze must be to get the colors exactly right and the finish to look good and not literally just flake off and fall apart. It is instantly apparent why the Blessed Isle puts special requests in on these.
Wonder how the introduction of a lot of calcium into that clay is going to affect it. We did march a lot of bones into that pit.
DPA will handle it.
Yeah.
Enlightening.
So yeah, and as payment for you saved all of our lives, and as also payment for passing on the memory of their departed teacher, they, with no small amount of gritted teeth and irritation, but still realizing this is what you deserve and this is a very reverent occasion, it just goes against how they usually do things. Put the pot into your protection.
Thank you. We really appreciate this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Angler, when you get a look at it, again, you understand instantaneously why. Number one, even if this was a wild goose chase, this is the sort of thing that your house matriarch would actually put up in her house as something as a point of pride. This is something that would be paid for measured in jade, almost to the ingot. It is craftsmanship that you would expect on the Blessed Isle, and the mere idea that people out in the sticks could do this would be something that would blow the heads off of several dynasts that you knew on the Isle.
Most really. They're a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
What?
You're not wrong.
Anyway,
So,
I
yeah.
get to go home now.
You
I'm
have...
not going to go home now.
So yeah, in terms of your direct objectives, you've got what you came for here. Whether or not you want to stay and continue to help them build, or to go deal with matters, return to Grey Falls, go deal with the steel artifacts that you have, and other matters, that is a group discussion that you can have.
I definitely think we could send some people out from whatever the name of the town is that's nearby. Oh god, I'm blanking. No. The place where we
Grey Falls.
Thank you. Grey Falls, in order to help out, because this is a serious situation this town was in, and the local magistrate Empire liaison should definitely know what happened, because it would be part of their job to help fix this town.
Yep.
Now, I would definitely be talking to said magistrate on the lines of, if you try to fuck these people over, I will kill you, and then make sure you haunt some horrible location in the process of being dead.
Remaining residual concern I would have in the village itself is, so the priests probably mostly died in the aftermath of the botch ceremony.
Yep. You did not see a single member of the clergy while living.
Non-local clergy are alive in this town that has recently suffered a horrible accursed event.
They were all officiating the ceremony that turned them into skelebones.
I got to initiate someone.
Wait. Yep. Where's Old Man? I would definitely find Old Man, because he could go back to the main town with a couple people and talk it over with any of the important people there, and bring some clergy back here in order to help out with whatever situation's happening.
I got to initiate someone.
Okay.
This is a small town problem that needs small town solution.
Repose is not letting the cops get the hooks in on this village, is what this is going on.
Somebody gets to go through the ritual. So I suppose the starting point would be, has there been anyone in the crowds that have probably been watching Repose go about his work? He's very solitary, and if he is not actually sermonizing, which is uncommon in most of the bulk of what he does, he's pretty inwardly focused and quiet when he's doing his thing. But just for side-eye, who seems most fascinated by watching the large serene man?
Ching Shui, actually.
Take a lot of names.
Seems to be taking a lot of attention towards you, and It's kind of like you're plucking at heartstrings she didn't realize were there.
Well, we're going to the shrine.
Ah, you're going
Whatever
home, huh?
whatever altar this town has.
Ah, that shrine, okay.
Yes, local shrine.
I was gonna say you're taking her home, that's... Okay. So you go to the normal local shrine.
Yeah, what gods are on the rolls here?
The local gods of the fields of the harvest. The elemental that lives in the clay pits gets a special dispensation to be getting worshipped as a member of the terrestrial bureaucracy. The gods of the scrublands in general, and there is a token concession towards some of the swamp gods up towards the northwest, because you would guess that they try to just come down and start shit.
That is how swamp do.
Yeah. So it is primarily their local agricultural stuff. You do notice that there is no listing for a town father or town mother. There is no patron god of the town.
Well, there's your problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there's I suppose I can take some liberties sculpting the scene here then.
Go
As
right
far
ahead.
as what this place has. So they probably got themselves a reflecting pool of some size in here.
Yes.
Gonna give that a quick, touch on the surface, get it into spirit detecting mode. Have any of these spirits actually convened at this locale in response to the crisis?
The
Town
harvest
folks
gods
did say they prayed.
a couple of the harvest gods have, and the moment one of the clergy shows up and shows them, they all look kind of like shuffling their feet. Like, the quick instant read you get from them is, well, what did you expect us to do? And sensing your presence in a holy place and kind of feeling your intention, the clay pit elemental has shown up. Swamp god don't give a fuck. Swamp god ain't here.
As swamp do.
Mhm.
Classic swamp god.
The swamp god is here as a propitiation, not as worship.
Yes.
But yeah, it is clear that the gods of the fields and of the harvest and of the general local everything have... Well, they prayed, and it's... What do you expect me to do? Grow weed at them?
So how did this get in? What happened?
One of the harvest gods gives a long sigh. Alright, look. I didn't think it was my business at the time. Even when I tried to warn the priests, they wrote me off because they thought I was trying to get more time on the calendar. But I saw something from below that shouldn't have been up here, fucking around with some of the goats. And I was not feeling like risking my own neck going over there to see what was going on. I know what those things can do to people like me, and I didn't want none of it. Should I have gone over? Yes. Have I been thinking about that every day since that happened? Yes. I'm fully aware of what I saw now and what happened now. But it's a little late to change that, ain't it?
Sage nods.
The elemental is just remaining silent.
Was this the flayed one?
That's a name I'd give it, yeah. Skin tattering in the wind, face peeled open, like 9-10 feet tall. I didn't want to get that thing's attention. I didn't want it looking at me. I didn't know. Fuck.
You were right to be
Bro.
wearing it.
It seems kind of taken aback that it is not going to get its ass kicked for not doing something. It seems that the priests of the villages prior had been hands-on,
You did attempt to warn them. Something profane was about.
The harvest gods all kind of nod sympathetically towards their sister, who just shrugs listlessly.
All right, then there's not much. There's not much to be said here. They've been victims of an arbitrary cruelty by a lower power. All considered, they've done all that could be reasonably expected of them. What matters is, in the end, the evil was successfully driven from the lands, and peace has been restored. The fallen have been laid to rest. What matters now is those who remain.
The gods all nod in solidarity at that statement.
At least one among them must take up the mantle, the responsibility of mediating between you and your community.
The harvest god who saw the Nephrax steps forward. It's the least I can do to make up for not doing more. Just she stands a little taller as she says that.
Well then. It falls to you to appoint a disciple.
Harvest god kind of shrugs a little listlessly. I didn't really know many, aside from, the farm hands and the goat herds. I would trust your wisdom, priest, if you had particular suggestions. This is, again, I will take the mantle of the role, but I will not pretend that it is one that I have experience with.
Well then, you'll be in good company. Motion for Chingsha to come forward.
She does, and meets the eyes of the god with a very hard to read emotion on her face. It's somewhere between reverence, pity, and understanding that these things that had always been abstract and held away at arm's length by the priests of the village were, from all looks of things, not all that different from the responses the village is having. They're all mourning. They're all feeling the guilt. They're all wondering what they could have done the same way. And in each other's eyes, the god and her new disciple realize that they can come to a working agreement with each other to do better by the town.
I think they can figure this out for themselves from here.
Yeah, this is
If anything goes wrong, I'll be back in a couple of months and I can break some faces, but that's for next season.
It's very much, they're also both the sorts that don't really know or particularly care much for ceremony, so at that point it would be pretty much resolved as well. I guess we're just going to be working together as co-workers from now on, and then it would just be the priestly initiations of how things work and etc. from Brother Repose to Jinxie about how to contact the gods and work with them. And yeah, that would cover that scene as well.
Spirits mind your people, and to the people, heed their omens.
Mm-hmm. Listen.
That's definitely going to be a quick spot. So you remember to, like, really fuck up the liver of those goats when they open them up, right?
Hmm?
They sacrificed these tainted animals for the ceremony. You remember to, like, thoroughly mar those as a warning, right?
The harvest god nods. The livers were... I don't have much promise. I don't have much experience with blighting, but I mean, they weren't really edible looking. They didn't eat them. But now
all right, there we go. That's where the bulk of this, where we trail off in this scene, getting into the fine points of, okay, no, here is how you do warning labels. When there is tainted meat that no one should be eating.
Yeah.
Talk about spots, talk about lines, talk about which organs you need to have screaming out that something is wrong with this beast and it should be avoided.
It is very clear that these gods were either new at the job or had never had to deal with any sort of anything like this. So,
Light is not just a hammer that you swing at people who have met with your disapproval. It's a messaging system. It's a language.
Yes, very much. Like, on and on like that. That's good. That's
Everyone involved takes notes about how you establish communication across the boundaries between worlds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. Due diligence
Yeah.
done.
Yep. So, yeah. Ball is back in the court of the players as to return to Grey Falls. Pose might want to go back to other players may want to be attending to their own things, staying at the village, going back. Ball's in your court.
I would think returning to the city in general is on everyone's mind.
Yep, I don't think there's much left to do here.
So if nothing else, we do hit the road.
We would
Town is
definitely
safe. Skeletor is dead. Wedding gift acquired.
Yep.
When we get back to Grey Falls, we are going to make sure that they send supplies and builders to help get this place up into reasonable shape quickly.
Yes.
In the meantime, before we switch off this map back to the Grey Falls map, you might want to zoom out all the way, because I'm going to do a quick little demonstration, because I did update the map, and I wanted to show a couple of things off. First of all...
Okay, whereabouts are we looking?
It's going to be the whole map. It's like the full-scale thing, so... First of all, I wanted to show, because I did actually do my full-scale tracing of the map on an idea of how much scale there is. So, the actual scale of the area is roughly what is encapsulated here is a picture of the distance between New York and Boston, overlaid on the map. Just to give you an idea, this is a fairly large region.
Yeah.
And another one that I had on the side, which I noticed, not intentionally, but it was something that I found fairly entertaining when it did, was... This is also a perfect scale. Wait, hang on, I don't think it... yeah, no, the...
Always has been.
There, yeah. It is actually pretty close to the scale of Ohio. So yeah, that out of the way, I'm going to, in the meantime, work on updating it to the new actual map while we move over to Grey Falls. So... to
tiny map is back.
the normal scale map for like human eyes because it's not a giant hex crawl map.
It's a map,
So
but it's tiny.
yeah, this is for. I showed this very briefly at the start of the first session, but to go through the list of notable places. Where's the pointer? Oh, the pointer, duh. Up this way, towards the north, along this canal, was the direction that the crew went to get towards the Hundred Kingdoms. The Canal Gate is the docks district where most of the, the naval trade and the comings in and out from the major river is on. The Four Winds Throne and the Giant is the giant stone-carved face that was shown that has the waterfall coming out of its mouth into the Rock River. Or it's the Grey River. It's the Lesser Rock River. Nuji's Plaza is kind of the seedy, the seedy Zozo from Final Fantasy VI district, sketchy, crime time village area. Mist Town is the lower class living area, so named and so designated for lower class people because it is directly next to the waterfall. You will get permanent hearing damage. Everything is covered in moss. It is covered in mist. It's not a pleasant place to live, so they make the poor people live there.
The damp quarter.
Of course, the realm does that. High Quarter is named because it is up on a hill and away from the waterfall. That is where most of the middle class merchants and just, the middle of the economic strata lives and works and sells their stuff here. Alder Plaza is.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Alder Plaza is where the upper class and any visiting dynasts go. It is the Beverly Hills, the Bel Air, the very, very nice district of all the public works and art, overly large houses and such. Garrison Heights is the connection between the city and this large abstraction of the mountainous cliff face and the Four Winds Throne. This is the military district, effectively. This is where most of the garrison spends its time training and guarding the connection to the throne of the satrap, the realm's designated colonial administrator of the area, atop the Giant. The bridge between the Great Eastern Road and the city across the river is broken. It has been left broken because spite, effectively. They don't want anybody who's coming in along the Great Eastern Road, the trade route towards the rest of the 100 Kingdoms and the river provinces. They don't want any military province to send an army down the road and have an easy way into the city, so they have deliberately left the bridge broken and have a system of ferries instead, because the realm can afford to be petty. So that is the quick one-by-one overview of Great Falls, the city. And it would take, once the crew gets back to the boat and the boat sails down the canal with the good wind behind them, it would take about 4 days to get back to Great Falls in total. So all willpower and all modes and all stuff is recovered, and you get 4 days of healing on the boat.
That gets me up to full.
Let's
Obsidian.
do the math on Obsidian real quick. Hold up. All right, so that's -2 gone, a -2 gone, a -2 gone, 2 -1s. I'm down to 2 bashing damage.
Okay, you basically just have a really nasty bruise on your chest at this point.
Well,
Like a-
Yang can be doing healing every day and to move 1 extra bashing off.
True. If we assume that Yang is doing treatments every day, Sona has stepped away, and I'm assuming that Sona agreeing. Yeah, you would have those 2 gone by now. So now
Okay.
you just have the long-term complication of your lungs don't work quite as well as they used to because they got kind of poked a little bit by your ribs. So it's
Yes,
not that you're gonna
I-
throw some.
I think we are mechanically interpreting that as a minus on athletic rolls, and The thing that I thought about, I have the merit strong lungs.
It's,
Yeah, I'm not allowed to use that while
it's temporarily turned off.
exactly.
So
Your strong lungs are currently hindered in that they are normal lungs.
yeah. So yeah, you all dock back at the canal gate. There is no big. Of course, this is the docking of a bunch of Dragonbloods and the person on the boat at the canal. So there is some response, but there's no massive bureaucratic response waiting for you, which may or may not be surprising to Milan, depending on how optimistic Milan is feeling about the bureaucracy of the realm that day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. Did I miss anything?
No. You basically were.
We assumed the Yang
Yeah.
would have been helping Obsidian Tones. Obsidian Tones. Hold on.
Obsidian toned bod.
Yeah.
Obsidian shields healing over the course of days.
I'm
We
probably
spent
just
some
yeah.
days getting back to town.
Yeah, so 4 days back to town. So you just dock there, and yeah, there's no grand procession awaiting for you. So you're gonna have to go, kind of poke around at the local government and see if they got your letter or if there's any sort of response brewing, and also go report your own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if all of the rest want to accompany Vanith Milan with that, you may feel free. Or once you are back in town, if you have other things you would like to attend to, you can go attend to that as well.
I'm going to be going back to talk to both the harbor master and also the merchant who sent us out there, because both of them have at least some cursory connections to my house.
Mm-hmm.
Obsidian is confident that his bureaucratic members of the group will be doing their bureaucracy and goes to the bar.
Okay.
Good call.
Same, actually.
Just parts.
I immediately start back up on my bullshit and begin fleecing people.
All right.
All right. You know what? Give me a stamina resistance roll from both Obsidian Shield and Dirt to see how fast you get drunk. And Thousand Miracles Yang, give me manipulation and let's call it what?
Medicine.
I suppose.
I'm using words that do not apply to the situation that do have weight. To
Yeah,
them.
like you are using actual medicine, but you are hawking it kind of shadily. Like if you were doing complete bullshit, I'd be calling for larceny, but you are actually selling actual.
Skull. 4 and 4.
All right, you are keeping.
Keeping pace with each other, correct.
Yes, you are in a drinking contest, friendly with each other, and there is no sign of losers
Friendly
yet.
drinking contest and duel of apologies for missteps during the adventure. I should have taken that hit.
Flip that result.
That's 5. Yeah, it's 5.
That is a 5 results. Yang, you pull in your usual, actually more than your usual income. You are able to offload a considerable amount of potions, especially with tales about salves against the undead, because rumors have begun to spread to town, as you are quickly made aware, that there was some bullshit that went up north that involved the Walking Dead, but not all of the details have come down to the town yet.
Whew, phew, I'm glad I wasn't there for that.
So yeah, it is apparent that Grey Falls, the talk of the town is that the dead walked to the north, and something dealt with it. People are generally assuming that it was the Immaculate Order sending out a wild hunt.
Yeah,
For lack of-
actually, speaking of, I will briefly go check in with the harbor master because I was the first person talked to about the whole situation.
Okay, so you would be going with Angler then? Or would you be going on your own, waiting?
Did I get here first? I might have just gotten here first.
Old
I kind of
man
never said
probably
anything
could have
about
gotten
going
here
with everyone.
first.
If
Yeah.
Old Man came here on the cloud, you probably came here. You would have arrived several days before the
Old
rest.
man
Yeah,
has been here for
honestly.
days.
Actually, the weird flashback thing, I guess, would be I got here ages ago and then left the town again. Is what actually happened.
You're the reason why they know about the thing that happened up north.
Stepping away.
Probably.
Old man probably just talked some shit about the undead, and the rumors immediately started spreading.
This is what happened to Old Man. When Old Man just disappeared one day, we just all thought he went back to the boat, but Old Man just left, and then we never noticed that Old Man left.
Yeah, the old man goes back to the harbor master and basically gives him a pretty curt and straightforward report of what happened, and then says, "If you need my services again, I shall be on the mountain. You
Oh
can find
my
me
God.
anywhere."
Sorry, I have to point this out from you still in chat pointing out that Old Man is just reverse East Island Chief.
Yeah, West Island Chief. West Mountain.
West Mountain Hermit.
West Mountain Hermit. Yeah, pretty much, exactly. Yeah. So old man gives him the very short notice, basically, of everything, and leaves the town again back to one of his mountains. If you need him, you can go talk to him at any time. He's not hard to find.
I will rule that he is within a whisper carried words of the rest of the crew if it becomes relevant. So
I figure that if you need to grab him at any point, there's a very good reason for why you'd want to.
yes.
There's
So
an in-character reason. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah.
And we never saw him again.
And then we saw him 5 minutes from now.
So yeah, Repose and Obsidian are drinking. Spanner is going to the harbor master in Jaled. Milan will be contacting the satrapas. So let's go with Angler first. Is there any?
I was going to suggest that because I need to step away for a bit.
Sure. Okay. So in that case, because actually you have kind of little hooks dangling over both of them, I'll make a little mini scene out of both of them. So when you arrive at the harbor master's, he looks up with a uncharacteristic from when you first met him smile on his face. He's like, "Ah, you're back."
Yeah. You're awful chipper. Why is that?
Your associate, the elderly gentleman from the mountains, came in here several days ago. Gave the report for you. I heard, I assume, all the details, although he could easily have left anything out. He kind of mutters to himself about some invective about wizards. But then looks back at you with a smile. But if you would like to give your report, I'd certainly like to hear it. It sounded like a hell of a tale.
Sure. Wow, he wasn't on the boat the whole time? I never noticed. Anyway, sure. And Spanner will go through the entire process of it, definitely noting the amount of people still left alive there and the requests for supplies and materials being sent up north, but mostly being with, I don't know why it happened up there, and I'll be talking with a lot more people in town, I'm sure about that, but is this the first odd thing that's happened up here recently?
He just kind of leans on one head and thinks to himself. Odd like that? Odd with that kind of a body count? Yes. Odd in general? He kind of wobbles one hand. There's a lot of rumors out here in the sticks. There's a lot of weird stories that people tell. Out in that region in particular, it's always been a little... What's the word?
Nebulous?
We'll go with that. It's always been kind of an interchanging sort of place. The lines of power keep shifting up there. It's never a place anyone would really hold down a patch of land too long. Aside from... He kind of trails off and doesn't say something. He just shrugs again. Wizards.
Wizards?
He thinks... There's a sorcerer that lives on top of the cliff, but... Did you get close enough to see the waterfall on the cliff?
I haven't had too much time, but yeah, I know a little bit about it.
That didn't used to be there, according to the local history.
Does old man have a rival?
I don't know of the opinions of old man about this character, but the
The sage of the waterfall who has waterfall wisdom about how water falls? The charlatan?
The stage of the waterfall, who abhors the air and wants to stay on the ground as much as possible.
Stay as far underwater as possible at all times.
Sorry, I was not paying a tremendous amount of attention.
There is another sorcerer that has been mentioned.
Okay, that's fine.
So that waterfall didn't used to be there. The sorcerer that lives on top of the cliff apparently redirected an entire swamp and started draining it by a river going uphill and over the edge.
That sounds about right. Yep, okay.
He just kind of shrugs in the response. That's the kind of place that the rift is. There's a lot of characters out there. A lot of warlords, a lot of mercenaries, a lot of wannabe empresses.
If I'd want to hear more about this collection or odd bits and stories, it's part of what my job is collecting bits of information stories. Any particular place in town I might be able to find a lot of it in one location?
I mean, if you want to talk, there's always Sun Guanyang. He's one of the traveling merchants who spends a lot of time up there. You should probably be able to find him somewhere in the High Quarter. Just look for kind of a guy. Looks like he might come from the southwest. He's got a bodyguard about a head taller than him. Her kind of big frizzy hair on her. They're not all that hard to miss.
Frizzy hair. Okay, got it. Does she have a name that you know of?
Sybil.
Sybil? Oh boy.
He just kind of waves a hand. She's fine.
Immediately files it down to, oh, please don't be what I think she's going to be. I don't want to run into another obsidian shield. That will not end well for me, probably. All right. And then he said, thank you for that. I'm probably going to be going up to see the...
Gillette.
Crap. Gillette, thank you. My notes are scattered.
So are mine. Don't worry about it.
Y'all keep notes?
I have 28 pages of notes.
Well, you're a DM.
I'm not playing an Intelligence 1 character?
Fair point. You don't just do the first thing that comes to mind.
Well, we'll get to that later. Anywho.
DMing with anything more than just a napkin with skeletons written on it? Bold.
That's the way to do it.
And then, last bit of information. It has been quite a while since I have been home. I know I don't have the ability to be able to quickly talk with my family, my house. Are there any, perhaps, monks in the area who have developed some sort of a longer range communication, or people in the area might be able to talk to about that?
I mean, the satrap's got a court sorcerer who probably could have some sort of messaging system set up for you. I know they have some way of talking to the Blessed Isle quicker than we can.
Okay, thank you. I will add that to the list of things I have to do. So much. All right, thank you very much for that. And then he's going to reach into his pocket. He's going to pull out a small disc that has the symbol of his house on it and said, I know we're not in favor now, and this may never come into being something important, but I want you to have this. And if my people come back again, you can show this to them. And whatever help or needs you have, they will do their best to help you, because you have been a great boon to my group, and I truly appreciate it.
Harbor Master nods. Believe me, it's always been in my favor to work for Nellens rather than Sinus. Pockets the medallion.
I want you to know that just due to how terminology works and everything, I briefly had an image of Spanner pulling out like a floppy disk and just like, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Damn it, Noopy. This is not Shadow. Never mind. Anyway, moving forward.
It's made of a shape memory alloy. It's 3 keys in one.
All right, so Angler would be moving on to Gillette next.
Unless I run into that merchant that he was talking about on the way, I'm not exactly looking for the person, because if I run into them, I definitely want to have backup. I need either a hype man or someone is suitably tall enough to be somewhat intimidating and take the eyes away from me.
Okay, yeah. I will just say you don't run into them on the way to Gillette. You'd have to go dedicated looking, because the high quarters is a big place.
Excellent. Then yes, looking for Gillette.
Okay, you just go straight to Gillette's shop, and Gillette looks up and briefly looks amazed that you're alive, but quickly composes himself. You're back?
Yes, and we have some information. Quick out of topic thing. Did we go back and grab his second messenger, or did we send him that gentleman back?
I think we sent them back
yeah.
initially.
They were
The
traveling
runner was
back.
told to go back.
Okay.
We told them to get the fuck out.
Yeah, so...
First things first, how is that person doing?
Hasn't left his room with a bottle of alcohol since he got here.
Is that this room or this building?
I don't know. No, it's his apartment.
Okay. Just for the moment, could you please tell me where that is? I'd like to go visit this gentleman afterwards, or at least have someone else go visit him.
Oh, I've been checking on him every day, but he gives you a quick address if you want to check on him. So.
Yeah, but the different thing is to at least have that person know that there's been some closure because of what he did.
He nods. It's like, I heard what he was able to say, and I know it's a little rude to admit that I didn't think you'd be coming back when you decided to go marching towards it, but stand and the talk of the town is that the dead walked and now they don't.
The gods were fortunate enough to bless us, or at least some of us, to deal with the issue. Our opponents were vastly overconfident.
Well, I suppose...
You know what? Overconfident's not even the right word. They're a bunch of morons, alright? I don't know what possessed them to be the way they were, but either they were looking to pick a fight, or this was a punishment detail of their own, sending out someone that they really just didn't need to exist anymore.
Gillette is a little taken aback at that. Just kind of venting.
I love it normally, but I cannot stand listening to the Majula theme anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I had it. Yeah, I'll just switch that over.
There's only so much I can. This is something when playing the game as well. There's only so much I can actually tolerate listening to it. It's good for a while.
Yeah, sorry. No, I did just... Yeah, that is always let me know if something has gone on too long, because I am very good at tuning something out into be part of my brain.
Yeah, gotcha. Sorry,
At some
go
point,
back.
You're good.
You're good. There, and at another point, you realize, oh, it's still going.
Yeah. Yeah, Gillette is a little taken aback at the sudden kind of admission and venting from Angler, but just kind of nods. Well, I suppose it's the same in war as it is in business. Overconfidence is what often is the downfall of what should be the better player on the paper.
Of course. And then he's going to reach into his robe again and pull out another one of the symbols. Now, and he flicks it through his fingers a couple times. I'm not certain about this, but I trust my instinct and guts with you, so I'm going to give you this. Don't have it on you, keep it in a safe place, but if there comes a point where Hansel Nellens comes back, I want you to have this.
Takes it very much wide-eyed, because do remember out of character, you did have him basically admit that he was in House Nellens is dead.
Yes, but
the fact that you are also doing this while he isn't dead has him very much eyeing you like, oh god, I'm even deeper.
In order to pay off some of that debt, you are going to help with supplies or resources or whatever you could possibly pull together that village that we went to go take care of.
You got it. I'll work my network and I'll see what I can do on wholesale to get them up to that village.
Thank you. Also, if you have, and then I'm going to try to, because I've already spent way too much time on me, go through the quick idea of trying to find the wizard and see if he has any contacts with that. The person who would have long-distance communication, sorry. Not the sorcerer on top of the mountain and what have you.
Gillette does not have any contact with him, and also I'm realizing that Nuclear Throne was going to be a little too energetic for right now, so let me just go grab some things.
No problem.
Continue.
I always hate being the person who's everyone else like, I only got like one thing in town. I'm like, I have 9 things I want to do. Let me take the next 45 minutes to talk about how cool I am.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Everybody has their own elements to shine in.
Oh, here's Crumb. I know so many people.
I really don't.
Okay.
Takes a lot of getting used to.
You went drinking. That's your choice.
Yep.
Sometimes that's the right decision.
It is.
There's 3 things I'll always miss, though.
Alright, so the fact that the crew is there probably means that we have a nice ablative personal space bubble. More so than
Yes,
just
you
being
do.
too large and one rowdy man and one restrained rowdiness. One rowdiness facilitator
Folks from Salem.
gets people staying distant.
Sure, we've got some songs.
We do have to talk about what we're gonna do with the armor.
They sounded like
Yep.
play into a room full of fine people.
Sort of like,
No regret after a hard day.
hand to the chest. Yeah.
Those were the days.
We can't
The
unmake them, short of perhaps throwing them into the sun, or an especially pious volcano. If we were to inter them anywhere, we would be inviting complications on whoever ends up cursed to reside near them.
I can help with whatever the solution you find is the best, but this is not my field of expertise in the least.
Oh, but it is.
Oh no.
One way or another, those are going back to the underworld. We need to get a fair price for them. We
Wait.
hold on to those long enough, whoever made those in the first place, to put them on our wild dog, who we were made to put down, will be looking to reclaim his investment. We need to offload these on someone else.
Huh.
You
Just
work in trade?
sort of-
We need to find a buyer.
It's sort of
some-
immediately kind of taken aback, just didn't know that this is where Repose was gonna go. Like he thought Repose was extremely going to be like, we need to, find a way to destroy this horrid, like unholy armor, such because that is the kind of like he knows he can hold his own in various ways, but that is the sort of feeling that he's gotten, and then just being like, we need to get some money from this. Just, wait, what?
The only way that good works will result from us getting rid of these is if we get appropriately compensated. And then, I don't know, we'll buy a lot of orphans. A lot of orphans.
Yeah, I'll be
This
trying
is
to
now
sell for
slightly
first
drunk
time.
Repose. He is not in theology mode, he is firmly in crime mode.
I'm going to rule that Yang is literally sliding into the conversation by the sheer just shenanigans value of discussing fencing this. Yang has wandered inside and heard this and is like, y'all selling cursed armor?
You know, I probably have connections to black market dealers in this port town.
You do. But also, Soul Steel is particularly hot. But yeah, you do.
We could paint it and pretend it's regular steel.
Let's take a look.
That would be downplaying the
The
value,
value.
though.
We could gild it and then pretend it's not soul steel. We just lie.
That almost makes it worse, though. You don't want to be selling magic golds near any of us.
That's bad.
That's the other problem.
That's the almost worst one. All right.
Also, out of character, will point out that lying is not my strong suit at all. I'm good at convincing people about things that are truth, but as soon as I need to lie, I am fucking useless.
I mean,
All right. chance.
Putting it out here. It may as well not be left the thing unsaid. If we really had to, one of us could wear that.
If we threw it into the ocean, would that make the sea haunted?
Bit more than usual. Whoever it landed on would be quite upset. You want no part of the ocean to have a grudge against you, beyond the baseline.
It started it, is all I'm gonna say.
I will
It did.
say, hey,
You're right. They don't see it that way, though.
Yang, please roll me intelligence plus bureaucracy, a total of 6 for you.
Good thing I'm so fucking smart. Oh, wait, flip that. I'm dumb.
You got 1 success. That's all you needed. You do happen to know, you're thinking as hard as you can through all the fences that you would know in the area. And there's only one that you can really think of that travels wide enough and has enough connections to offload Soul Steel somewhere that would not be immediately reporting you to the cops for trying to sell it to you and would probably find a buyer easily enough that he would buy it off you. His name is Sun Gunyong.
So there is one person that I can think of who probably won't sell us down a river. Is that good enough?
I look at Absolute Repose.
See who you got.
Alright, let's go fucking pay a social visit.
Alright, so I will rule this as an opportunity for the crew to come all together as Milan is going through the High District towards the Garrison Heights. But Milan, do you want to be involved in the discussion with Sun Gunyong and his bodyguard, or do you want to be focused more on the other stuff first?
I think I'll be more focused on the other stuff.
Okay. So let's do that first so we don't keep putting you off.
Okay.
So you make your way up to the Elder Plaza, up to Garrison Heights, and Garrison Heights is blocked off to civilians, but you are a dynast, so you don't even have to give a good reason. They just let you in because you are a dynast, and if you take no for if you don't take no for an answer, there's not much they can do about it without calling in a lot of backup.
I have
So
that
they-
look of someone who is supposed to be entering this place right now.
Yeah. It is very much you are here on business, we are not going to interrupt you. So you make your way up towards the Four Winds Throne, where you are actually absolutely stopped, because that is the magical super throne where all the sensitive stuff is. So a gate guard stops you at the gate and is like, "What's your business?"
Milan, House Beneath. I am here to report on an incident regarding a what type of Exalted did we fight?
Anathema. Anathema is the
And
word
then-
you want to use.
Anathema. Report an incident involving an anathema here within the kingdoms.
The guards both kind of look like they momentarily had to stop themselves from shitting their pants and immediately open the door for you. So you are escorted in. The inside is, you would say, it would be the most opulent thing you'd ever seen if you had not lived on the Blessed Isle.
Tacky.
It is incredibly tacky. It is made of the magical materials inlaid in everything. There's jade everywhere. There's even bits of orichalcum laid in to have power lines across places. Bits of moon silver flow through in recesses in the walls and floor. This entire place just radiates super magic. It is obviously something that was designed as a occult nexus first, and a place to live in second, and a place to rule from third. So you are escorted through the palace to the throne room of the current satrap, who, after a couple of minutes of waiting outside of the door as the reports go in and out of who you are and where you're from and what you are here for, the doors open on the inside, and you see At the far end of the room, a elaborate throne. It's the sort of thing that you would kind of expect from any sufficiently rich satrapy. It's an imitation of the Scarlet Throne that is not quite close enough to actually piss off her redness when she's around. It's dragons weaved around each other to create a seat carved from each of the 5 colors of jade. And at the far end is the current satrap, Sinis Verheen, it is a combination of something between a dress and kind of a general... You're certain that it could serve as some sort of armor just because you know that that is absolutely artifact material. Mm-hmm. It's somewhere between battle gear and dining gear. And she has
I was going to say, I enter the room and proceed to bow until I'm motioned.
You may rise, she says,
stop.
simply.
Giving the what would be the title I would refer to this person as?
Satrap.
Satrap. I have come to report on an incident involving 2 anathema here within the kingdoms.
2, she says, looking at you with a look of mild disbelief, but not calling you on it, just like, really? She gestures for you to go on.
Yes. We had come to investigate an incident involving trade ceasing out of the town of, what do we call it? It was Claybottom?
Yes.
Out of the town of Claybottom. Upon arriving there, we discovered an army of the undead being led by what appeared to at first be an anathema, only for us to realize such anathema had a handler.
She leans back in her seat with her eyes very wide. And what was the character of this anathema? What was its appearance?
Skull. Armor made of screaming flesh. Foolish beyond all belief.
Skull.
Tangible.
Very
Reverberated
tangible.
for miles.
Yeah, very tangible human skull that refused to be buried. And his screams reverberated for miles. Exactly.
Until we shoved it into the pit!
Let's see how fuck the ground beneath me. She just mumbles to herself.
Now, I do have good news. The anathema has been dealt with in a permanent fashion.
She looks back up with now very naked, almost disbelieving surprise. How?
One of our numbers stepped on its skull until the skull no longer existed.
Who is your number? No. You don't get to say one of your number. You killed an anathema. You will tell me who you were with, and you will tell me what they were doing.
Yes, a fellow, a member of the clergy, a brother, dragon-blooded, much like myself.
And you happen to catch this brother's name. Perhaps the temple he's associated with.
Are you gonna snitch? Are you gonna snitch? Huh?
Let me
I'll kill you.
let me look at my intimacies.
Way to Osmond this right up.
you gonna
Got
be
that
the
real
blood
Osmond
aspect?
energy.
You gonna piss off the poison man?
I will say that you have an innate aversion to the Immaculate Order.
I do.
We have divided the party between law-abiding group, law-abiding asterisk group, and full-on crime group. For now.
So
Yep,
I will let you leverage that intimacy to basically be like, fuck the police on the Immaculates and not get someone else into trouble.
give me a second. I'm thinking about how I want to word this.
Mm-hmm.
Vanif does the right thing and realizes about a quarter way through it, this was a horrible mistake.
I need to go report this. Oh no.
Oh no, I reported
Important
this.
part of the Dynast Adventure life cycle. A problem has happened. I will report this to the authority. Oh no. Oh no.
So Here's the thing. I have a manipulation of 1.
Yeah.
Losing is fun.
Oh no.
You know what? What I'm gonna do is I will give Brother Absolute Repose's name, but as I walk out of the building, I start realizing, shit. Oh god, I messed up. I really messed up.
Okay.
Fair
So
enough. Okay.
I will give.
What will happen?
Local
I will
Legion
give
commander, that village is in danger. I should begin the purge then. No, what? No.
You can still try to manipulate, and if you fail, you
The
fail
enemy
forward.
can't sack the village if I sack it
If
first.
you
Let's
failed,
go.
you tried to come up with a name, but were too stupid and gave the real name.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna make that 1 roll.
Okay.
So, what kind of check should I make? Manipulate.
That would be manipulate.
Socialize.
Socialize? Actually.
Okay, that actually gives me a 6. Let me look at my charm.
Brother, sometimes calm.
Brother quite reposed.
Quite reposed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Use some willpower.
Yes, I will be using willpower on this as well.
You tell one lie and break out into sweat.
Okay. And I use the willpower to make that a 4.
Okay.
Well, let me think of the name.
As an aside for future reference, you don't have to decide to use the willpower until after the roll.
Yeah.
Yes. But sometimes you already know in advance.
Yes, it was a member of the local clergy, Brother Serene Disposition.
She looks at you and is very, very clearly racking through her entire list mentally of all of the Immaculates in the region. I assume he was an itinerant then.
That seemed to be the case.
I need to remind the local Immaculates to update me when there are itinerants in my city. But she draws herself up with gritted teeth and turns it into a forced smile. Well then, it's quite lucky for you that you had an Immaculate on your side when the anathema came by.
Yes,
Indeed.
one Immaculate was with me.
Were there any others who were assisting you?
Hirelings, no one of note.
I assume that most of them fell then.
I will not grace you with the horde details.
She waves a hand dismissively. I assure you that I've heard worse, but I won't drag it out of you. It's clear enough. She looks you up and down again. Do you happen to have any proof? Any remains? Any testaments?
I believe sufficient testimony can be acquired from the locals who survived. I counted about 50 to 60 of their number.
She leans back into her throne again, thinking to herself. Were any of the local gods involved?
Yes, we did have assistance with a local earth elemental. We entreated their aid, and they graciously obliged.
She nods once after a moment of silence. You said that this anathema had a handler.
Yes. What would be the term I use? This is out of character question.
Did Absolute Repose ever actually use the term Nephrak?
Sure didn't say Nephrak. Sure didn't stop to have the follow-up thought of talk about the even more criminal sordid details of the underworld.
The things that you absolutely should not actually know.
Yeah.
So this is where you can actually completely, in truth, say, I don't really know, but it was spooky as...
I'll explain. At first, it had appeared just to be another member of The Walking Dead. And then it ripped itself out of its flesh, and it was large.
Skin. Your skin a cast of anathema? It was skin.
It was
something that
skin?
tore it- Did it have a silver glow of any sort?
Did it?
No.
No, it was skin.
It had an aura of also skin.
The best description I could describe is a being of entirety made of skin.
Blade man.
Pulls a very confused face at that.
Skin man.
Well, that certainly sounds like some sort of anathema.
Completely
But
skin.
not one I've ever heard of.
All the way through.
I'll have to test this with the Immaculates. She looked back. For now, I'm going to take you at your word, your rather unbelievable word, that you have, without sanction and without warning, dealt with an anathemic incursion similar to the one that was overtaking Thorns.
My apologies, my apologies for my error, and I bow again.
She actually does give a kind of disparaged, like tired laugh at that. There's nothing to apologize for that front. I'm not. The monks may be upset with that one, but I doubt anyone is truly going to be upset at you ridding the world of an anathema. It's more interesting to me that you were suddenly able to just happen upon one and be in the state to take one down on your own. It's not unheard of course, but it's certainly interesting.
This anathema seemed like it had great difficulty defining its thematic role in the larger setting that is our world.
Permission to speak bluntly.
She looks at you. You get the feeling that she's looking forward to whatever is going to come out of your mouth, and then she says, "Granted."
The anathema was a complete moron.
She just like laughs very hard. Really? That was your friend.
He didn't
Have,
buy
have you
Oxford
ever
stuff, he's
happened
fucking
to
idiot.
are you in fact trained on the art of warfare and sieges?
That is something that I outsourced to others, I have to say.
Fair. Generally in sieges you don't stand around giving speeches for days on end.
She stares.
That's all it did until we got its attention.
You're not kidding, are you?
I really wish I was.
Well, suppose we can thank heaven for the fact that the forces that are arrayed against the realm are occasionally blessed with the same idiocy as some of the people within the realm.
If only we could be so lucky.
She shrugs lightly. Although it pains me to let you go without some sort of a recognition or reward for this deed, I do, as a representative of the Scarlet Throne, need something more to go on before I start dispensing the bounties of the Scarlet Empire. I will have to discuss this with the local Immaculates and double check your story with these Clay Bottom, you said the village was?
Indeed. You will find it 4 days travel along the river north of here. Or I give the direction it is. I'm not lying.
It is to the north. She nods. Yes, of course. We'll be certain to do so. You can be assured that we will be in touch with either you or your house if we are unable to be in contact with you at the time. Rest assured that if your story is correct and that if all of what you have said is true, you and your associates in dealing with this threat to all of creation, frankly, will be duly rewarded.
Thank you.
You may go.
I bow, turn, and leave. And immediately make for the bar.
And then 10 minutes later, I walk in because I'm headed to the same place.
All right, so everybody is in the bar at this point.
No. I was headed for her, remember? Because I was going to go talk to her about the long distance teleportation or communication magic.
Well, you would not be talking to the satrap. They would be redirecting you to the wizard. And I'm not going to make a whole scene out of that. There is a long distance messaging sorcery spell that you can just pay. You are a dynast. You can afford it. It hurts. It is something that no one but dynasts would be able to afford, and this is still an expense that you can't make very often. But they would allow you to make a short message that they could send via spiritual messenger back to the Blessed Isle to your family.
It costs a wizard's time, which is very expensive.
Yes.
All right. I will make an appointment to talk with the wizard at some point then, but not actually talk to said wizard just yet. Because I need to think about the message.
Yep.
And then but to the bar.
Yeah. Okay, I will say you all arrive at the bar about the same time.
I enter the bar, grab a drink, sit down at a table with everyone, take a long drink, and say, we need to get rid of that armor and weapon.
We didn't already?
I have excellent news for you.
All right, so just a small aside that the return of the two non-local members of the team almost put Repose back on guard a bit until that was the first subject of conversation. Just like,
They
"Wow,
are solidly
you're
on
okay.
team crime. They're on team crime.
You're fine."
Oh, right. Obsidian Shield. Your contract. Yes, I have your payment. You have fulfilled the terms of the contract. I pull out a small bag with the coinage and present
Do
it
you pay
to
in
them.
jade or do you pay in silver?
Or cash. This is a dumb-setting question that is not really directly relevant right now. Jade is generally the currency Dragonbloods use for each other because it is for fancy luxury and or semi-illegal goods. Silver is the general coin.
I'm gonna say silver, just
enough.
because I almost never get jade. We are so underfunded. I have to make do with what silver I can get.
All the jade is tied up in very important bribes.
Yep.
You hand over the silver, and anybody else would be like, "Oh, disrespected." Obsidian just like, money,
Jingle, jingle, jingle. I could buy booze now and other goods and services.
And 2 drinks later, Vanith Milan is passed out on the table.
Yeah, he really can't handle his liquor.
No, I can't.
So,
I could fix that.
No. Well,
so
no.
Yang did also mention that Yang has a connection for the armor. Did you want to elaborate on that?
We could just go pawn that off and then someone else's problem, and then you don't get arrested. I don't know. How do the cops work?
They ask for evidence of the I forgot the word again.
Anathema.
Anathema. Thank you. I'm going to make a note of that. They ask for evidence of the anathema.
Well, we should sell it. Or toss it into the sea. That's always an option.
Better than giving it to the Immaculate Order.
The sea would not snitch on us.
The sea is very far from here. We only have the river, and the river will absolutely snitch on you.
The river will snitch on us, it's true.
If Vanith and I were going to be heading back to the Blessed Isle immediately, we could take it with us and drop it. However, something smells around here that idiot would be sent out here to attack that village. Either it's a misdirect or there's something more happening. As much as I want to go home, I want to know what's going on around here. wait a minute, and I send a message to the old man to come to the bar.
Old man, you get a psychic ping while you are sitting on your mountain doing whatever you are at the present moment.
I'm
Hold up.
meditating.
Hold up. Second.
What do you
What?
mean?
Did I miss the first one?
I said psychic.
Oh, psychic. I heard second. I apologize.
No,
Do
you're
I have an ability to respond?
does the
Nope.
Nope.
actually no? When carried words does not allow the respondent to.
That's one of the many reasons Vanith and I both have it.
Ugh. Damn it. Guess I have to respond in person then. Otherwise, I would have told you why, and that was it. But alright. Old man comes down from the mountain.
And ask
Yeah.
why.
Okay, the
Spanner
fact
would
that
have
old
turned to
man
Vanith halfway through.
would not be there immediately yet, though, does make it marginally less rude to bust out the idea that I'm like, did someone wake Lord Milan?
Oh, hold on, I got this. And I kind of, because I sent that message to old man, my anima would be ever so slightly flaring, and I'll just put my hand, which is going to feel ice cold, on the back of Vanith's neck.
Doesn't wake up.
All right, fine, we're gonna do this a hard way. And I reach back, I go over to the bar and grab a bucket of water. Excuse me, hold on.
I could fix this non-destructively, but this is much funnier.
Just gonna put the bucket on the ground and grab Vanith and just kind of slowly push their head into the bucket.
Is drowning your friends a casual?
No. I will immediately pull them back out of the water and say, "Do you feel better?"
Yeah.
Good. And I push their head right back in the bucket.
Oh Jesus!
And we're good. This is why you don't drink.
Yeah. Whew.
Or else I'll drown you.
Is the anathema dead?
The what?
Right. We're in Grey Falls. Whew.
We are.
Always got PTSD.
Don't worry, folks. As just anyone who's paying attention, he's just a light drunk.
Yeah. Honestly, this is one of the fewer it's Dragon Bloods dealing with each other. No one in the bar is going to interrupt you.
Didn't think so.
Vanith cannot hold his liquor.
Aren't you water?
You are here today.
I am air,
Vanith is
which
air.
is why the cold did not affect me.
Ah. Air doesn't give a shit.
So,
You are here, alive, today in this city.
Good.
It is no
good.
coincidence that we five have met over this occasion. There is some unrest in the world and must be set right. Now, I would begrudge none of you if your own business were so pressing as to call you away from this situation, but from what I've seen of you these past few days, no one here is the sort to turn down the call to arms in defense of our people, our land, and our world. And propose we'll offer a handout into the table. So, shall we?
I mean, I got nothing better to do, sure.
And all right, so it's an immediately known cultural
Yeah.
thing across all
Yes.
terrestrial. We have an innate ability to enter sworn brotherhoods with each other. Terrestrial exalts are the synergy exalts. We do teamwork. We're elements. We form cycles. We gonna bro up. We gonna do this. It just requires us to all agree that we're gonna form a team and do a thing until it's done.
I put my fist in the middle of the group. I'm in.
Obsidian puts his hand in the center. We all look
This
at
is
Banner.
not required, but I just want to do this.
I'm not doing a thing, but yes, I will help you. You all are nerds.
Yep.
Don't make it weird.
I'm making it weird. I fixed you. I get this.
Right.
You're
I owe you
It's fine.
medical
He
bills.
gets this.
I pull out another pouch and I pay for the medical bills of the person who was on my staff.
For the
at
first
time.
installment. Excellent.
I don't even respond to that.
All right, let's form a brotherhood.
All right, and mechanically speaking, not a whole lot happens, but spiritually speaking, all of your animas and your essence begin to flow in a cycle around each other. And because this is a perfect circle of the 5 elements, it is even more auspicious and harmonious, etc.
This is
And-
probably really weird for everyone else in the bar.
It's Tuesday.
No,
Someone's wearing a peach tree, like someone's wearing a peach tree garden oath in the middle of a bar is something that, you know, everybody's got a story about seeing some dragon-blooded immediately swearing brotherhood to somebody else.
5 people standing around talking seriously about something. Yep, that's life.
Yeah, like this is one of the foundational pieces of dragon-blooded culture all over the world.
Doing the move.
I think this is the perfect time for Old Man to show
For Old
up.
Man to then arrive
Yeah.
as this business is resolved.
Hello, it's me.
Also,
tornado-
yeah. Whoa.
A tornado lands in front of the door and blows it
No,
open,
no.
right?
Tornado keeps going. I fall down and land in front of the door, but like just like stock still.
Just
The tornado fades away as I decide to jump off from it. Is what it is.
Mhm.
And it's a dust devil. It's not like a full tornado. It's weirdly dirty. It does track dust everywhere. Anyway.
Weirdly dirty.
Yep, it's true. Old Man lands and then just kind of stomps in, which is like with these really big clack, clack, clacks, because, you know, they're on the... What is it? And I then see that 3, maybe 4 of the 5 are currently, you know, in a handshake over the table, and then... Okay. A little bit expressive.
Oh man, get in here!
No, I'm not part of that. What? Spanner, what was your... What do you need?
Well, we need to talk about what happened, and also about what we need to do afterwards. I believe, and I'm going to turn to Brother Repose, he has some ideas about what we should be doing, and also where we should be going, and we believe your talents might be beneficial.
It's nice having someone weirder than me around. I don't know. I like him.
It's been... I haven't had much chance to meditate lately.
unfortunate.
Well, I mean...
you could have came on the boat and meditated on the boat.
Well, why would I do that?
Does it have to be on a mountain?
Is there anything heavenly about a boat?
Have you seen my boat?
No, and I don't need to. The answer is no. There's nothing heavenly about a boat. The mountain is the closest that the earth ever even comes to approaching heaven is upon a mountain.
Smash cut to us in the harbor. Oh, that's a heavenly boat.
It is
Absolutely.
a pretty.
I mean, it's nice, but that doesn't mean it's like celestial. Come on now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take
was a
that one.
joke.
Yeah.
This is, while it might be in the top percentile of boats, it is still a highly terrestrial boat.
No, it doesn't go on land, dum dum. Anyways, get on.
That's a miracles gang.
That's one of my miracles. No, get on the fucking boat,
The boat
shitlord. We're gonna
is
spill under.
somewhere more private to discuss this business. Let's relocate
You
the
can
boat.
Yeah.
It's
you
also
can get to the
probably
boat.
where the items in question are being kept at the moment.
Yes. I will also remind that you do already have the 2 hooks towards Sun Guangyong when you're all ready to pursue them.
Yes,
But yeah, you
when
can discuss
ready.
all that.
I'm just not entirely sure what kind of talents you need and for whatever purpose you're going for. I live most of my life in isolation on purpose, you realize.
Well,
Look,
if
you
you
would
had...
sit-
Go ahead, go ahead.
Do consider that you did assist in killing an anathema.
Yes.
I've got an idea. There's no
Do you
way you
thi-
have anything better going on, dude. Get on the boat.
No, I have plenty better going on. Each individual day where I awake and I sup on nothing but the morning dew, breathe in the mountain air, and I meditate upon life for the next 12 to 16 hours before going back to sleep. That is a wonderful thing to do each day.
You can't do that on the road?
Well, I mean, let me tell you, the quality of the dew upon the river is awful. And river mist is downright disgusting.
That sounds downright close-minded. Sounds like you haven't stepped a lot of dew. Maybe you should expand your horizons.
I actually bop Yang on the head, kind of furiously over that. I am not close-minded.
That's your problem?
Yes.
Alright.
Why did you call him here, Spanner?
Look, we fought like. You know what? Hold on a moment. Before I explain that, we're gonna get back to the boat because we were in transit.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I'm just gonna say
This
that from
conversation
point
is
on,
concluding on the boat.
Is
Yeah,
on
okay.
the boat.
Actually, on the way to the boat, I would ask if the old man knew about the sorcerer who lives on top of the giant, or rather,
Almost certainly.
yeah.
There's like almost no way I would not.
Okay, I will give
On
the
the
full
ridge.
explanation because old man knows. The
Yeah.
sorcerer that lives on top of the ridge calls herself the Unconquered Carp, also known as Koi Invictus, and names
Nice.
the province around her the Flying River Mountain Province.
You are
She
going
is-
to jail.
She is, as the name indicates, rather disregards the opinion of heaven and all things, and just kind of does her own things and does sorceress experiments. She is a dragon-blooded sorceress, and is largely just focuses on doing her own thing, and mostly is interested in like large-scale landscaping, for lack of a better term, just shaping the world around her.
As Old Man recounts this, by the way, he has an exceptionally poor opinion of her.
Oh, so the joke about
Old man has a rival.
old man has a rival. was
Not a
actual.
rival. Not actually a rival. He just actively dislikes this kind of
The
person.
horrible fish wizard.
I really want to meet her now. I'm not saying that out loud, but this man is thinking like, I gotta go meet this woman.
It's the meddling nature, you know? Like, the meddling and everything is what he
Oh,
actively
those
dislikes
kids.
about them.
Old man
She's
learns to
she's
unlock.
extremely active in the world. She's actually like the de facto political head of her area.
But
She is.
long and okay, an easy way to compare. All right, how many times do you think she cast summon demon daily?
Several.
Well, technically, it's actually you're
daily?
only allowed to once a day, but you know what I mean.
Hey,
Weekly,
old man, is this your former...
old man's impetus would be three to four times a week minimum.
Oh, Old Man has cast summon elemental 3 times total in his entire life. Meanwhile, she's casting it 3 to 4 times a week. Basically, the equivalent of.
Every day I open palm slam a knife into a fresh sheep.
Yeah, and it's like, that is I know that's normal for sorcerers, but Old Man does not have a good opinion of most sorcerers. The
Remove
selfishness
every
of it
part of the
all,
lamb
you
and
know?
lay them out on the altar, doing the moves.
And also, again, something that probably would grate against Old Man deeply is that she is extremely into literally warping the landscape around her.
Yeah, I mean that depends. That can be acceptable or not depending on the reasons. In the case of, you know, raising a farm, that's completely acceptable. In the case of doing it because it's cool, less so. Yeah. Anyways, she's an example of all the things about sorcery that Old Man despises, and therefore hates her actively, and she probably knows this.
Yes, and she takes great enjoyment out of it. And you know
course.
that.
Yeah. So you want my connections to what's her name again? Oh yeah, the Unconquered Carp.
Yes.
Yeah. You want my connections to the Unconquered Carp?
Not necessarily. I was just curious what you knew about her.
Well, plenty, as you can see here.
Yeah, it came up in a conversation with the dockmaster, and I was just curious. Remember, well, you didn't know this, but part of my job is to collect information, and I love hearing stories, so anything you knew about her would be interesting.
Well, I do know many stories.
Well then, we
I'm not
can.
necessarily going to give you any, I just know them.
Kind of figured.
Get on the damn robot, Shinji.
I need a very concrete reason to get on that boat.
You have a pupil. You can't teach him from a distance. You're not a
Repose has
dragon.
entered into a very new and kind of foreign mind state almost of. He's both slightly buzzed, but also very enthused by Repose standards by having, just recently formed a pact and now having 4+1 people in the room that he can probably just mostly speak openly to about things.
Possibly the first. No, almost certainly the only people outside of your cloister in your life. This is the case.
Now,
Yeah, I'm operating under the assumption, by the way, that even though we did it at the very, very, very end of the session last time, that actually didn't happen in session.
Which bit?
The
forming of-
MES.
the apprenticeship.
forming
Yeah.
of pupil thing. The
Yes.
apprenticeship.
Okay.
So, on the matter of being sure that things are not left needlessly unsaid, suffice to say, no spiritual advice that I have granted to any of you or to any in the village are things which should be repeated in, shall we say, civilized company.
In the presence of the Immaculate Order.
The orthodoxy, their ways are suited to the center. We do things differently out here.
You were the first person who's given me any solid direction about how the way the world works. So I'm like, okay, fair enough, sure, dude.
Such is my duty.
The order is decayed. It's lackadaisical. It is inefficient.
I'm trying to fix it.
Wait, Yang says that out loud?
Yeah, by accident.
I give the look of same hat.
Yang's trying to fix it in a very, very, very specific way.
Incredibly roundabout way.
In a very
The weird potion
different
seller just
way.
admitted to trying to fix the clergy.
In a very
Don't worry
different
about
way than beneath.
Yang, with
Milan's
their
opinion
very
of Yang
private
just
mission.
shot up way high, like, oh man,
Oh,
Same
you
hat.
Sweet summer child.
Oh,
Yang,
Oh.
whose mission in life is to fell a tree by tearing off each leaf and scale of bark one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
we'll see how far I can get.
I love you, disasters.
Yeah. Old man now turns around. Well, if there's if you cannot give me a reason for me to come with you,
old man.
yes.
I'm trying to remember what I said last week.
The
Yeah,
sorcery thing?
yeah. The way you've casted spells, the
Yes.
summoning, the clouds, your skin of copper. It is all different from the way things are taught, but it works. How do you do that? You work in such ways that society would say would not stand, and yet here you are, standing tall and proud, several meters in the air.
Yes.
How do you do that?
Correctly.
Betterly.
There has
Where are you
to
going
be.
with this, young Milan?
slowly err.
Could you teach someone else to do it correctly?
Oh, I already have. Once before. I was exceedingly successful.
I would like to take part in this training of yours.
The second apprentice. Well, if you can learn, I'll teach you. Don't expect any more than that.
That is all I ask.
Old man then hops onto the boat
Charming.
and sits down on the boat.
The boat is not the
not
ground.
touching the ground. It counts.
Yep. Boat is still opposite of the ground.
So
Old man
inside
has
the
acknowledged the
boat.
boat.
Brief dramatic unveiling of our seized artifacts here. To everyone who can now have a pretty clear view of them. This is soul steel. It is souls, and it is steel.
It is fairly clearly apparent that it is extraordinarily literal as you watch handprints and faces press up from the inside of the metal.
It never stops doing that.
Mm-hmm. The
It is...
order had asked if there was any evidence or proof of the anathema. This is it. I don't want them to have it.
Agreed.
Feel
Also.
anything?
Furthermore,
It's-
hey, Brother Absolute Repose, you didn't give your name to anyone back at the town, did you?
Only in the greatest of confidence.
Okay. They asked who killed the anathema. Who done so without sanction of the order. I did not give your name.
There will be an absolute sigh. And some understanding nod. As one must.
Yang, as you're looking at your unanswered question, as you're looking at the middle, it sure looks like it's in pain.
In extremely Alucard voice. This is
Yes.
There's no way to break this easily, correct?
No.
If we had the luxury of placing it in the sun. Or an especially pious volcano. Though it would then be
Even if you
owed
did, it
greatly for the
probably
favor of unmaking this work.
And even if you did, it probably wouldn't actually set the souls free. That old man is now looking at his fingernails, which are very grimy.
It's nice. Good. There's more dirt in here than yesterday.
It has been said that the correct souls, worked to the correct purposes, may be at peace in their new form. This is evidently not the case with this item.
I don't find it particularly auspicious that one of the first things we'll do after forming what we have is to sell or possibly get rid of these items to a person and have these things be rampant in the country.
We could probably give it to some sort of crafty tricksterous god.
Whoever is left in these possession of these items, be it ourselves or any other concerned party, will be taking on exceptional risk. A subject I've had time to ruminate on since our victory of sorts at the pits. Living anathema are widely known to be free spirits, unbound by laws of man, beast, or god. By contrast, the slain anathema have, by and large, pledged their allegiance to the abyss. What precisely this entails has innumerate answers. There are countless cults devoted to the mysteries of that screaming void. What it often means is pledging allegiance to one of the great warlords of the underworld. Ancient and terrible specters who have pried dread powers from the heart of nothing. From that made themselves mighty. From what we have seen unfold, that being that we managed to lay to rest was perhaps a mistake on the part of one of these lords. The flayed man who accompanied it, a powerful ghost in his own right, would, in most respects, outrank a young anathema in any reasonable court, and yet he was bound to follow his commands, if one could call any of that skull's blathering and screaming such. We have partaken in an execution. The skull was sent on a fool's errand with the intent that someone would dispose of it. On its own, this intrusion may not necessarily entail any immediate act of aggression on the part of whoever arranged it, but it is a sign that one of the warlords has an interest in this area, has a presence, has the ability to deploy resources into the 100 Kingdoms. And for as much as he may, in his own way, appreciate that we have rid them of a burden, they will want to reclaim these. This is a substantial investment on their part that is not easily replaced. In the case that we leave these artifacts in the hands of some illicit party, without due warning of this peril, they will not keep possession of them long.
So do we pawn them off to people we don't like?
I would not inflict these on any who I would call an ally.
If we give this to anyone, we need to give it to people who understand some of the risks. I'm guessing your contact might be one of those people.
I mean, you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out.
He's right, you know.
Or
That
to
is
leave
my
it not
first
unsaid.
That was my
Nothing-
first lesson, Milan. Keep that in mind.
In strict terms, nothing would prevent one of our kin from attuning to such vile works and putting them to use directly. I can only assume this would be a grotesque experience.
Wouldn't that wicked haunt us?
Most likely.
I'm good.
I can't fix cursed.
I need better armor, but not
You want
Not
the
like
power?
that.
that. Making wild hand gestures at the armor.
Do you seek the power?
No. No, I don't.
Skeletons.
My fighting style doesn't let me wear such heavy gear, so even if I was interested, no.
I'm
Doesn't
beneath-
look like my style.
takes a step forward, looks closely at the armor, touches it, and nopes out.
You feel the armor touch back, yes.
Nope, 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 nope.
You touch the armor with the palm of your hand and it gives you a high five.
Okay, so we want to see who might be in the market to purchase this. I will fire up seed and salt warding and actually secure the cargo hold against possible ghost spies who might wander in and notice the very, very cursed relic that we're going to be keeping
Incredibly cursed.
The
vaulted up here.
incredibly cursed and unfathomably valuable relics, yes.
There is 1 barriers around our...
That should be enough.
Or, well, okay, there is a die roll involved here. Yes, let me just
Okay.
intercult at this.
Mhm.
And I do have that excellency.
Is it
Fire
barriers
that up. Cult excellency. Each 10 rerolls a non-1, and it is motes per die. Let's just give that full power. All right.
Yeah, that'll probably work.
There
You're
is
pretty
a
confident in that.
potency 7 barrier around these. Alpha ghosts who could normally cross the line by spending willpower can only do so if their resolve exceeds my successes on that roll. Otherwise, they may not cross the line.
Yeah, you're probably good.
Barrier in place. Nothing dead is going to come anywhere near this.
That and the lance scythe thing.
Yes, the
'Cause
suit and the
We
this
have
thing.
we have two.
The
We have
blood
two of them.
The Bloodborne stick, yes. Let's meet that fence.
Nope, don't like the name of that at all. Mm-mm.
Alright, so you will go back through the canal gate, and at this point, Angler and Spanner and Yang cross-reference to realize that Yang's fence contact is the harbor master's. Yeah, that merchant knows basically everything about this area. So, it is an indication that he is not just some random schmuck. He has been through one of the more conflict-strewn areas of the entire East, and is apparently making a pretty good living doing so. So he's clearly got something worked out.
So he's not gonna chicken out on us.
It's not unheard. It's not impossible, but it's not someone you would immediately rule out. So,
Before we get to this, gentlemen, who's going to be taking the lead in the conversation? Because too many of us talking at once is not going to help our cause.
I can manipulate okay, but that's not great.
I think we should at least approach this person from a standpoint of honesty and straightforwardness.
Hey, I don't do that.
That would be me.
or there is someone else who is unfathomably direct.
Everyone looks at Obsidian.
It would make us look more trustworthy because you're literally incapable of lying.
By the way, how long is it going to take to get there?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes of walking.
All right. Well, at any downtime point along the way, by the way, well, young Milan, would you like your first instruction about how to learn my sorcery?
I'm ready.
Stay awake for the next week and then take 2 days of sleep.
All right.
The entire week, no winks.
Starting now.
Starting now.
All right.
All right.
Then after you've slept for 2 days straight afterwards, then we'll begin teaching.
Wizards.
I'm gonna have fun with this. Alright. So, as you travel back through the city up towards the High Quarter, you spend a little while looking around for the description of the gentleman from the southwest and the woman a head taller with the head of frizzy hair and darker skin. You eventually find what appears to be the pair on the street corner. The gentleman is dressed in fairly understatedly... It's the sort of clothing where you can tell that he's well off, but he's not showing it off. And it's not a matter of, oh, I'm understating my wealth because I'm being. No, it's more a matter of like I don't feel like I need to be flaunting this. And about 5 feet away, leaning against the wall and appearing to kind of be taking a nap at the moment, is a woman with, vaguely Mediterranean features in real world terminology. Kind of just dozed off. And big head of frizzy hair, just kind of leaned against the wall, eyes closed, while the who appears to be Sun Guanyong is doing his sales pitch to the crowd around him. Appears to be trying to sell at the moment a set of spices.
Yeah, that's smart. They get separation anxiety if they're sold separately.
I'm not even going to bother using observer awareness method. I'm guessing as soon as we start approaching the old man, she's going to at least know we're coming.
Yeah, you don't have to roll. She is not asleep. She is paying attention.
Okay.
You know well enough to know when somebody is faking being zoned out.
If the rest of the crew is going to go talk to the gentleman, I'm going to eel away a little bit to go, not be directly next to her, but nearby enough that if she wants to have a conversation, she can.
And this is this the wizard?
This is the bodyguard.
This is the bodyguard for the merchant.
Okay.
This is Sybil.
Right. So this
Oh
is the
man,
time
if
for
I could
old
go
man
talk to the wizard, that's gonna happen.
Okay. So this is another situation where old man just kind of goes and hangs off for now.
Unless you want to talk to either of these people.
He doesn't.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
So, appears Nubia has stepped away. So for the moment, while Angler walks up to the bodyguard of the merchant, one of her eyes opens and she turns her head and she's like, "Can I help you?"
No. Our group and your master are going to have a conversation. I thought I'd be polite and say hello.
She just kind of laughs. Oh, I would never call him master, but I get it. I
Just
appreciate meeting you.
as one watchdog to another.
Ah, okay. Name's Sybil. What's yours?
Call me Spanner.
All right, Spanner. So, what brings you over here to talk to the watchdog rather than the merchant?
From my country, there's the saying of too many cooks spoils the pot. Having too many people in the conversation would not be a good idea. They can handle it. They know what they're doing. Some of them know what they're doing.
She just kind of laughs reflexively at that. I get it. It is always kind of more entertaining when there's a whole lot more going on, though. It's always fun to see kind of a crush of people trying to get through the door at once,
Well, if you're looking for entertainment, look no further.
She has a very, very wide smile on her face at that statement. Ah, well then. She's very much opened both of her eyes and is looking at you with kind of a glint in them and looking back to the group. So, I'm gonna guess this isn't just a social call for spices, then.
Oh my, no.
She just kind of rubs her hands together, kind of excitedly. Here, I thought today was gonna be boring.
While I am standing there, just, having a conversation with her, I am going to quietly activate all-encompassing Earth Sense.
Mm-hmm.
Which, in case there's anyone hidden within close range of me, I could just kind of feel them out.
Nobody's sneaking around near you. So.
Didn't think so. I wanted to try it.
It was good of you to check.
You looked real cool.
So,
Just
she also-
ever so slightly, like a ripple goes through the ground. Is this stone? No, who cares? A very slight ripple goes through the ground and then pulls right back into him. Okay, and that's really it on my end.
She looks you up and down again. How's Snellens, huh?
Of course.
No, it's, you don't see very many of you wearing the symbol quite as openly as you used to in this city. Realm politics, I'm guessing,
I'm back, by the way.
Well, I made a mistake, and then another mistake, and here I am.
So, Mom and Grandma punches you out here on punishment duty, I'm guessing?
Something like that. I prefer to think of it as an opportunity, but
That's
more
a
and more
healthy
I
way.
see it. No, you are right.
Well, the best reward in life is revenge on people who think that they're throwing you a bad hand of cards, and then you turn around and you win the game with them.
Of course. Okay, at this point, I'm getting like all sorts of red flags going off from this person. Can I make a read intentions roll, please?
Absolutely.
Also, oh boy, am I getting any sort of like she's super cool dragon-blooded popping off as well?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is there a way to sense that is more what I'm asking?
Not unless anima is flaring, or you have powers specifically to read what kind of exalt somebody is.
Shit. Well, 4.
You could just read the sky.
What's read intention roll again?
Read intentions. Okay, what are you specifically looking for? Is there a specific intimacy you're looking for, or the goal in a conversation?
The main goal of this conversation was to feel out that she's just doing her job. She's not here to like pick a fight with anyone who comes in like us, or she's just like she is what she says she is.
So you want to know the motive of the conversation for her?
Yes,
Be entertained.
I kind of thought so. Okay, well, you never know.
No, it's a fair roll to make against her.
What kind of weapon does she have on hand?
None.
Great! I already
Oh, yeah.
like her.
I'm going to do a different
Yeah,
read intention
she's
rolls.
okay. Yeah, she's wearing pretty casual looking, but as you're looking, it is very well treated leather. Kind of, it is actually cut at the arms to show that she has pretty well defined arms. A couple of scars across them, enough to show that she's seen battle, but also not as many to show that she's pretty damn good at it. Is generally kind of, if you had to pick an aesthetic for her, it's business casual combat.
Nope, I got exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
You got to look a little snazzy because she's, the bodyguard of a merchant, but at the same time, you're not going full panoply at all times.
Yes, exactly. So, Obsidian Shield, what would you like to make the, what is your goal of your read intention against her?
Not against her,
Who is it against?
the merchant.
Alright, what is the goal of the read intention on him?
What kind of things he likes to collect?
Intimacies relating to collection, then I'll roll at that. Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
I heard int and something else.
No, that is going to be, let me just cheat. You're rolling 4 dice.
Mm-hmm.
What I said was intimacies relating to collection, because you either pick what the goal of a conversation someone has is, or you pick, I want to know if they have intimacies related to such and such.
Yes. Okay. Well, it's less.
That's your two options. is the
Like,
thing.
I guess what I want to learn is what would entice him to a purchase.
Entice him to a purchase. Yeah, I'll allow that. It's not technically in the 2, but it's close enough that I would allow it. So yeah.
That would just be. I mean, we can bunch that under collections if you want, but what?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm considering is we have come here to sell him something, and I kind of want to know, like, what does he generally go for?
All right, you can make a roll for that.
Okay. What would I roll for that?
4 dice. That is your read intentions pool, which is perception plus socialize.
Hold up. My perception plus socialize is 6.
Why is your... Oh, you've got wound penalties on your sheet because you haven't updated that yet. That's why.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go. Whoop. And then,
Yeah, okay, so you're rolling 6 dice. My mistake.
is there just a re-intention stat somewhere?
It is down at the bottom right. Next
Social
to your combat.
pools.
Yep, social pulse is your quick listing.
Where is that even?
On Lodatemi?
Lot casting Atemi, it is to the right of combat pools, above your intimacies and armor. below your weapons.
Below my weapons. I don't. All right, hold up. That does
To the right of
not.
the combat pools.
That does not show up if you're in the edit mode, which is generally how I float around.
Okay, yeah, it's the public display version, is what I'm saying.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah,
Interesting. This helps a whole lot.
Yeah, the auto calculated stats don't show up in edit mode.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, that's socialized check. So hold up.
Mm-hmm.
I would also emphasize that I don't know if this would apply to this, but this is the town I live in. Friend to all
Yes.
nations attitude does apply here.
Yeah, I will say that you've already gotten at that.
Yeah, I'll spend 4 motes on this for automatic successes. And then also at some point I gotta realize how many motes I'm back at this point. Hello.
Okay.
Obsidian is a merchant. I don't know why people keep saying he's a pirate. He is a merchant.
He's
So
extremely
you
not a
said-
pirate.
But
No one has
he's
said that he is
not
a pirate.
motherfucker. Why do you think we're saying that he's a pirate? We keep saying
So-
he's not.
You size him up, and you're momentarily surprised by, you look at him and you get an initial impression, and then you realize that he's very, very carefully putting on an act. He is very much playing the, I'm just a random merchant wandering around doing just normal stuff, like selling normal things. As you look at him, especially knowing from Yang's comment that he is a fence and has usually dealt in other, usually less legal things in the area, this man isn't just a merchant, he is a collector. He is someone who is specifically really likes the novel, the unique, the interesting, just any kind of specific one-of-a-kind things is stuff he likes. This is the sort of person who, if you sold him the armor, your best guess would be that either he would immediately pawn it off because he knows exactly how dangerous it is, or he would keep it and be able to account for that.
Alright. Well, I have my ammunition whenever we're ready to go down.
Keeping
Yeah.
it's pretty dangerous for us.
All right, so yeah, that's the conversation between Sybil and Angler has kind of settled. So you can approach whenever, Guang Yong, whenever you're ready.
What was the name again? Because I had to step away for a moment.
His name is Sun Guang Yong, and his bodyguard's name is Sybil.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess I'll just make introductions, being like, "Hey, what's up, you motherfucker? Check out this big guy. He's got words for you."
Guang Yong looks over to Yang and just kind of smiles and nods. He's like, "Hey, Yang, how's the potion business treating you? You poisoned anybody lately?"
Nope.
Oh, that's out of character.
No, I
Extremely
lied.
lying.
I gave someone tuberculosis. Nah, well, you who knows?
I assume every word of that and every intonation was in
It
character.
is. It is at this moment that the guy Yang Poison just like coughs lightly
Huh,
for the
weird.
first time, and that's the only symptom he ever feels.
Single symptom he receives.
Alright,
And the Guang Hyung looks utterly unsurprised by Yang's response and just kind of shrugs. It's like, yeah, that sounds like you. But he turns over to Obsidian because Yang was introducing Obsidian. What was your name?
okay. Hi, hello. Obsidian Shield. Out of character. Did we bring the armor with us?
Incredibly
still-
no.
Absolutely
It's
not.
still all boarded on the boat.
It's in the barrier.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Because that would... For the pitch, the spiel I'm about to do, would, Actually, I would say immediately, just look him up and down and just say, All right.
You want to learn how to do it a fucking infinite?
Listen here, motherfucker. No, without the swearing, actually, I would just say, listen here. I have an offer for you, but the thing that I'm about to tell you that I have is so fantastical that I don't think words do it justice. So, and the lady can come with us. Would you kindly come to my boat and I can show you the merchandise?
You realize this is the exact script that people have tried to use to mug me like 15 times by now, right?
That is interesting.
Spanner quietly turns to Sybil. I told you this was going to be great.
Sybil is like literally has a fist in her mouth from trying to stop me laughing.
I'm not helping you.
No, I know. Don't worry.
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sybil fails to hide her laughter.
Give me a moment. I'm going over my charms. By the way, because at this point, I am going to be using motes on Talking Good. How many motes did we regenerate? It's been days. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you're walking into this scene fresh.
Okay. I'm going to be pulling from the personal mote pool first, so I don't immediately start exploding. No, sorry, that's the business fire. You have to understand. Trying to think of what to persuade somebody. It would definitely be socialize, but I was about to say that would be charm, but my brain hit like a hard stop of like.
To remind, socialize is like the rules of social etiquette and like formal stuff. Presence is raw personality.
Okay, thank you.
So
I need to take more. I do have presence.
You have 5 in both. Is the thing.
No. I do have presence charms. It's the one that makes people angry at me, which is bad for this.
Right.
Or you might want to listen. I'm thinking you could swing that in your favor. Just get them mad enough that they'll just do what you ask.
You know, people who say that are usually trying to rob me. Yeah, what of it? What, you gonna back up? What, you afraid? You don't want to step up to the big man? You aren't going to approach me?
I ain't trying to mug you, but are you saying that you back down?
I didn't come up with this first because this is too perfect not to use. So like, yeah, it does turn back and just says, okay, so I'm not trying to, and I got such an offer that you won't believe it. You'd be stupid not to look into this.
Sybil just leans over. Yo, I think we should just go with them. This sounds great.
And follow up and like, I'm offering that you can take the body. Here, these 5 right here, they can stay. Just me.
I am on the floor, like just.
Furthermore, I have a crew. I will escort the 10 of my crew off the boat. They will stay off the boat. It will just be you 2 and myself on the boat. If you don't think that your lady could take me, then I mean, what are you saying then?
You are like nearly 7 feet tall. You're
Sybil's
very large.
Sybil's probably about 6'4", but not 7 foot 20 killing for fun. Guang Yung just kind of.
Anywho, that's my entire pitch.
Okay, roll your presence, persuade, 3 die stun.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Charisma.
You have it.
I do. Wait,
The
presence
barrier,
persuade?
Charisma persuade. Charisma presence, it would be.
Okay.
World of Darkness infects my brain.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just very confused.
Yeah.
And also, the barrier is something that's just going to last a day. That is on the ground. It's fine. I put down salt, like the good salt, not the over-the-counter salt that we give to the customers. No.
Also,
the really good stuff.
No, I'm gonna leave my mode. 13 should be good, plenty. 13 was plenty. 13 was almost not plenty. There's a lot of ones on that.
Yeah.
Evan.
Guang Yung sighs very deeply and tiredly and looks back to his bodyguard. And you get the impression that from the look in the bodyguard's eyes as she's looking back to him with a huge smile and nodding, that even if he had said no, she would have grabbed him by the scruff of the collar and dragged him. Because now she's on board. She wants to see where this is going. She wants to see where your stupid offer is going. So he just goes, fine. They stay here. Your crew goes off the boat. We follow you. We see whatever the fuck you want to show us so badly.
All right. I whisper. I give details to whatever you just to Spanner to no actually I'll say it to Veneve because Veneve would be more into this. To ping some of my crew to put prop the weapon and the armor in the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the same circle, whatever. Just to prop them up and to put one of the spare sheets over it. Just we're preparing something, and then also instruct them to get off the boat to stand on. I'm gonna be true to my word. Stand off the boat to near the on ramp or whatever. However, we're getting onto the boat here.
Yeah.
And when we get back, there'll be 10 more souls inside that armor.
Is that how the armor works?
We'll find out.
No, that's a legitimate thing. If we had been instructed,
It's made out of souls.
It
not
took
soul
it
or
took
something.
heavy wizard industry to put the souls in the armor and get them to stick as an alloy.
You literally melt ghosts down into ghost heaps.
Doofy, I'm just giving you shit. It's fine. You did a great job.
I know.
No.
It's the main thing of Obsidian literally would never do anything to put his crew at risk.
Also, out of character, you picked the perfect argument to make the bodyguard just force him to just no, this sounds fucking cool. Even if this goes bad, I want to fucking do this. Let's go.
Adventure.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send a message to the crew saying, "Hey, the boss wants the merchandise behind the barrier to be prettied up for a potential buyer. Also, as part of the deal, afterwards, everyone needs to get off the boat."
Okay, yeah, the crew. You don't get a response, but the crew follows through with that. So, Obsidian Shield escorts Squing Yung and Sybil down to the docks. As they approach the boat, they look it up and down. It's a damn fine boat you have for a merchant. Squing Yung kind of comments almost more to himself than anything else.
I smile back at him and goes, "Yeah, it wasn't easy to come by."
Yeah, it is. Thanks.
By the way, I'm not a pirate.
Incidental note. So, the direct mechanical things from being in the Oath, we all have an innate intuition of where each other are.
Yes.
We would know immediately if any of us were killed.
Or in danger.
Or in danger. And betraying any of us would knock all of the willpower out of you.
And immediately alert everyone that you have been a bastard.
That you done broke the thing. You can leave the Oath, but you need to do so by approaching everyone and being like, "Okay, I quit."
All right. One more thoughts I'm having for my spiel when we get on this boat.
Mm-hmm.
Anathema. That's also that's not the Abyssals, right?
Anathema.
Everything that's not dragon blooded.
It's not
everyone else.
Not exactly. It is everyone the Immaculate Order says get them. It is anyone that the dominant religious power of the world says is bad, which in practice is almost in practice almost all exiles beyond dragon blooded are anathema. There are a couple of exceptions.
But we killed an abyssal, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. I just want to use the proper terminology when we get in here. Okay, so we get on the boat. I bring him down into, storage. The actual word for it is escaping me, but whatever. Cargo. Thank you. And we go over, and there's the sheet. You can tell that there's something larger on the bottom, and then something very tall coming up. They obviously got like, a pike stand or something to keep the spear standing up straight. And I go over and I say, feast your eyes on this, and I pull the sheet off, showing the spear and the armor. And I'm like, you see this? You see this? That's alive. There's souls in there.
Guang Yung's eyes are wide as saucers, and Sybil is just kind of like giggling at a quiet, low, constant frequency.
I continue. I go, this was worn and wielded by an abyssal that my other large friend, not myself, but the other one, amongst our group, crushed the head of. We took this. We can't really, get rid of it or destroy it. So we figured, let's sell it to a collector of sorts, somebody that will appreciate what it is. And if you don't believe me, 100%, watch this. And I put my hand on the armor as it starts like moving around in reaction to my hand. I'm like, that's pretty crazy if you ask me. Now the spear here is also quite a piece of work. I'm a little less informed of all the details of it, but I do know it can do quite a bit of damage as I then, like open my vest to show the giant scar on my chest.
I got my ass kicked by this one.
Sybil lets out a low whistle. Woo, you're alive? That thing hit you and you lived?
I still can't breathe properly.
I can't breathe right. It's not gonna say I walked away completely
This
unscathed.
left a scar. That doesn't happen to me.
At this point, you're going to get a whisper message from me saying, "Hey, don't forget to show him the scythe mode."
As you actually get the whisper, Sybil raises a hand. Hey, I am promising not to stab you or anything. You can hold me on that to get my word. Can I hold that for a sec? She's gesturing to the lance.
Well, this is going to make something very explicit, one way or another.
I wouldn't prefer it, as I gesture to the salt circle around the items. Again, abyssals. We are trying to keep these pretty safe and secure.
She shrugs. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I don't want any ghosts going around getting mad
Never
about
mind
that.
Again,
Coast is
Gave them
clear.
an excuse.
good wits, not anything else, but immediately just goes, that's a bad idea.
Yep.
Countdown to combat is 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Guang Yung is still kind of eyeing it up and down. So what brought you to me with a pair of soul steel artifacts, thinking that I not only would buy them, but not rat you out?
Well, hold the finger. I have understanding that you yourself aren't exactly on the most level of things. And B, I understand that you like rare and unique items, which armor made from souls seems pretty unique in my opinion.
What's the chances that old man could be there and just lean over his shoulder and say, "Are you trying to say that you're a snitch?"
Would old man sneak on the boat just to do that?
Old man would probably just be on the boat. He wasn't in with the rest of the crew, remember? He probably was still on
Old
the
man
boat.
is a blind spot in the agreement. He is neither crew
you also
nor
sent
one
the
of the
message to the
five.
crew. I'm not part of the crew.
Okay, so you lean over Guang Yung's shoulder to say that?
Yeah, sure.
He doesn't actually jump, he just kind of turns his head slightly to the side, and he's like, I'm insulted by the accusation, and I'm also going to assume that your presence here was some sort of loophole that I did not catch.
Actually, I'm not entirely sure what's going on at the moment, so it's probably just an oversight.
Just say, that's
Sybil's
old man. He is not amongst the dragon and is not one of mine. So, little of column A, a little of column B.
Sybil's just laughing to herself at this point. Man,
You don't have to worry about me. I'm very old. I'm just gonna clap on the shoulder and just walk out.
He's an
Sybil
odd
just
one.
laughs. Sybil just laughs into the. He's probably the most dangerous of you, isn't he?
Hard to say. I've only seen him do one thing.
Okay, I'm taking that as a yes. She turns her head back.
Sorry.
It's accurate. I'm pretty sure the only spell I've seen him cast is the mist. Aside from, the making, the shoot, and the whirlwind, but in battle, in combat.
Guan Yung just kind of runs a hand down his face. Usually most people who try to sell me mystical artifact material items are better at this. You're new at this, aren't you?
I'm hurt. I'm giving you a perfectly... Oh my god, my words. I think my pitch was pretty good. I explained all the features here, except for, the one I didn't mention, which was, I'm not sure quite how it works, but the spear does turn into a scythe.
Sybil's just like, hell yeah!
Guan
Guan Yung has just a straight face at that. He sighs again. Look, I'm not well, I am insulting you slightly, but it's more out of I'm amazed that you got this far to offer to a buyer and you didn't get yourself killed. What I'm trying to offer. I'm trying to say, the next time that you're trying to fence something like this, you need to be alone.
Oh, don't worry. I'm quite resilient.
That's what they all say.
I'll remind you that I have a single scar on my body now, and it was this that caused it.
He does shrug at that. That is fairly good evidence of your resilience. I will admit that.
I'm not vulnerable to damage.
So what's your interest? What's your
Okay, so here's the part that I have been thinking about for the last half hour and a half, and just I don't know what this should go for.
What do we actually want to be paid to get rid of this?
Yes. What do you want?
And also the factor of that is I don't know what a lot of money in this universe is.
Okay, we can abstract actual money, but he also, as you pause, is like, what do you want? Cash? You're dragon blood. You probably don't need cash. Information? What? Exchange in kind? Artifacts? Smuggling? What do you need? What offer?
We could use some artifacts.
I showed
Hey,
you yours, so you show me mine.
What if you had armor that you could
Yeah, I
wear
just
that was made of a
thought
tasteful
artifact.
material, like jade?
Or what about yellow jade? Maybe someone who's got some yellow jade stuff. That's good.
Artifacts. Sounds like a pretty viable offer. As you can, again, sort of pats his chest. I've been wearing normal armor up until this point and have recently gotten interest in some artifact armor, and I'm sure one of my friends would be interested in something as well.
Yeah, boiled leather will cover you right until it doesn't, then it really fucks you over, as Sybil says.
Yeah. Learned that the hard way.
Going Yung size. It'll take me a little while to source some accessible artifacts. Do you have any particular interests? Any soul steel is probably more valuable than jade. I could probably give you a little more in jade than what you would offer in the soul steel, so maybe a suit or two. Do you have any particular interests? Any fits, weaponry, any of the other ones?
Out of character for myself, armor-wise, that's something I'm gonna have to figure out off screen.
Okay.
And at this point, deal sealed.
Yeah, it's more he's asking for anything that you would want out of character when you purchase your artifact.
Again, that's a thing I have to figure out.
Yeah, that's fine. It's assuming that conversation is going on, and
as for what any of my compatriots may want, I mean, we'd have to talk to them.
Mhm.
I want nothing.
We know.
So
I don't need anything. Don't.
We
I
get
don't
it,
need
you're
anything from the
ascetic.
store. Don't get any cigarettes and bottles of water. I'm good.
He's gonna want some cigarettes.
No, we don't.
mechanically speaking, you are pawning off 10 dots of artifacts for 10 dots of story merits in artifacts that you may purchase to own yourself.
I'll get myself an armor. Everybody else can decide what they want.
Yeah, so basically you would just divvy up the 10 dots among yourselves.
Nothing needed here.
And that is what the basically the trade is boiling down to. And on top of that, he looks you up and down. So you said you got this by killing the Abyssal, yes?
Yes.
I'm assuming that was the one a couple of days north?
Yes.
Look. You seem the sort that I could have a profitable trading relationship with in the future if you don't get yourself killed. So I'll throw in a little bonus for you for free.
Mm-hmm.
That region of the 100 Kingdoms is one of my more profitable trading circuits. I've got a couple of notes and I got a couple of pretty well-detailed maps that I can give you. If you're going to be hanging up there again anytime soon, it'll probably come in handy. It's got some local hazards and stuff. Most of the local localities note it down. So you can just take it for your own records and use it to know where you should and shouldn't go.
Yeah, maps.
No. Much appreciated.
Like I said, if somebody's walking in the door and offering me soul steel, I'm at least going to be trying to keep your ass alive and long enough to get me another hook.
Well, I'll keep it in mind if we get anything else that we need to offload down the line.
Oh, most certainly. If you find anything else like this, you come straight to me. I've always got somebody who's going to be buying.
All right.
So that would basically be the conclusion of the negotiations, and I feel like that's a good ending point for this session, which is a good segue for me to bring up the new map. So give me one moment while I actually assemble that.
Fresh
because-
maps.
Yes, as I mentioned last week, that was the work-in-progress version of the map. And in the week since, I have added more details to it, and narratively speaking, you have gotten it from the person I was going to have make it. So it's just a good little moment of narrative serendipity. So please hold while I adjust the map to fit this and upload it. Where did it go? There. Okay, it's uploading. Map layer.
We are still looking at the city.
Yeah, no, I'm leaving it so I can adjust it while you are looking at the city, so it's not.
Massive.
Well, it's still going to be big, unfortunately. But
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
also, it
it's not-
appears to be slightly off grid this time. Damn it. Oh, I know why. Okay, so this is going to be temporary, slightly off scale because I need to trim the outsides and crop it to actually have it fit the grid exactly. But for now, this will let you actually see how it actually looks. This is the map of the 100 Kingdoms with Sun Guangyung's handwritten notes on it.
Moon?
Don't.
Moon. Moon.
Litters.
Moon god.
Plague.
Moon plague.
Crab.
Flying River Province.
Like river.
Fallen River.
Behemoth.
Bandits.
Strange fire area.
Crime.
My brain hurts.
Plague.
Don't.
Strange
Kangaroo
fire
Murder
radio.
Society.
No. No.
Like,
Anathema ruins.
Hmm.
Swamp. There's multiple swamp towns. Swamp crime. Don't. Do though.
Don't.
Do
Just
not.
don't.
Yes.
So,
Behemoths?
where were we? We were here?
Down to the bottom right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at the village at the crossroads is where you were. It may not be in the exact same position.
Just ordinary bandits there in the bottom left. Crime lives there.
There's bandits and then there's swamp bandits.
we should go don't.
Not a big fan of lunars.
Directly to don't.
I like that.
Let's just throw ourselves in the purple zone.
Swamp doesn't tell me what to do.
Yeah, is there any indication of what each individual color represents?
Okay, I'm gonna have to make a color key for that when I update the map as well.
Yeah.
The full details is that it's grasslands, scrublands, mountain, forest. The full key will be in the one. The big notable ones is the blue is swamp, the greens are grasslands, the tan and oranges are badlands, the browns are the mountain, the dark green is the forest.
What about purple, though?
Don't.
That's don't.
I kind
Don't
of want
that.
to don't, though. What if I don't?
What if we do though?
And yeah, each of the little icons means their own thing. The little house is a village of several hundred people. The checkerboard of 5 houses is a town of several thousand people. The little tower is a stronghold or a fortress. The skulls are the dangerous areas. And I think that's all of them on this map.
You're gonna need a
big
lot more
though.
skulls.
There's always big over here.
Behemoth.
Skulls
though.
that are known of. There's plenty of other skulls that
This
aren't
is,
known.
I will say explicitly,
We
this is not.
investigate the don't, or we investigate the Lord.
I will say explicitly, this is not all the points of interest on the map. This is just the ones written down on the map handed to you.
Yeah.
Also, I will, in character, say, you can totally ask about anything on this map when it's handed over.
Boon.
Like
He hands me the map, and I would explicitly just say, "Don't."
Guanyu just says, "Don't." Sybil says, "Oh yeah, no. I'd say do if you want to have fun and you feel like having a high risk of dying." Is how I would put it. Guanyu just rolls his eyes at her.
I
I
have to
mean-
punch this bodyguard. They raise too many questions. I need to measure them.
It's more of a question of what is don't.
Sybil looks over to Guang Yong. He just sighs and shrugs. She looks over. So, about 200 years ago or so, from the tale of the locals, there was a Yozi cult out in the swamps. That's about where it was.
For me, out of character, what the fuck is a Yosi?
Demon Kings.
Big don't.
That's
Don't.
fairly
Are we
done.
there to hear this, or is it still just?
This is just Obsidian and the two of them.
Oh man.
I just nod and just say, don't. Yeah, yes, don't.
And before Obsidian Shield gets back to us, he scribbles out the N and T in it.
Do.
Yes.
Do apostrophe. That's weird.
No, just
Move the apostrophe over. It's
put in the
doomed.
U. No. Put the apostrophe over and put in the U. Donut.
That sounds great.
What's a donut?
I think at this point we return to the rest of the group.
So the session is over unless you want to go over the map together and catch up on that.
Head hurt. Thoughts full.
That's fine. We
Good
can end
Yep.
here.
Well, good long session.
Yep. 5 experience and 4 dragon experience.
Hooray!
Adventure?
Adventure?
Will we have
Between
time to spend experience?
This is going to be a longer downtime section, yes.
Okay.
Also, we've established it takes like several days to go from point of interest to point of interest on this map. That's enough time to train many things.
Yes, like, from the village to the rightmost village in the Ritford Trading Company is about 3 or 4 days walk.
We might come back into this right in the middle or late into Milan's stay awake for a week.
Yes.
at this point,
Soon.
Yeah.
It's not just stay awake for a week. You then also have to sleep for 2 full days.
Yep,
If you fail
sleep
to
for
sleep for
two-
2 full days, that means you failed and have to start over again
Sounds fine.
without waking up.
Sounds fine.